A glance at the 10,000-year world. A glance at the 10,000-year world. Xiefeng. February 7, 2008, Chinese New Year's Eve. Translation edited by Chinyo. The misty waves extending into the distance, the blue waves stretching boundlessly, the clouds displaying 10,000 postures, and the thousands of sandy islets flush with color, these are the abundant scenes of the vast Sangqin Sea, dreamlike and illusory with its silver sandy beach clean and wide, winding and stretching. The Moyen Mountains tower against the sea, with overlapping peaks and endless stretches. Its main peak, Tongtian Peak, is 90,000 meters above sea level, tall and steep, majestic above the clouds. On the top of the peak, there is a sky-gazing cliff with a wide and flat ridge, about 2,000 square meters. Standing on the sky-gazing cliff, you have a wide field of vision, looking up, observing the sun, moon and stars, witnessing the position changing of the stars. Looking down, you can see the sea of clouds and surging billows, the beautiful mountains and rivers. Looking far into the distance, the haze is gorgeous, magnificent and boundless, and you feel soothed and relaxed. Looking closely, the mountains are verdant with layers of emerald green, the silver waterfalls are flying and gurgling, and make people feel refreshing. The sky-gazing cliff is the most famous scenic spot in the 10,000-year world. Celestials with profound cultivation bases often fly here to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. They cultivate their sentiments, discuss sutra and Tao, and learn from others' strong points. Of the 100 million celestials in the 10,000-year world, only 8,000 of them can reach this place, the rest all cannot. Why? Because to get here you must rely on flying, and climbing is impossible, because there are no branches to climb and no roads to go. Celestials who arrive in the 10,000-year world for the first time do not have the ability to fly and must walk on the ground. Only after about 10,000 years of self-improvement can they fly 3 feet above the ground, and only after 20,000 years of self-cultivation can they fly above the lofty mountains and high ranges. To fly at an altitude of 80,000 meters requires 30,000 years of self-cultivation. Zigui, Danjing, Biao, Xiaoxia, Hanliang, Sangqin, Yishi, and Qiantong are the 8 celestials who reside in Fengming Ridge of the Hualing Mountains. The ridge is 30,000 kilometers away from Tongtian Peak. Today, all 8 celestials have cultivated their ability to fly up to 80,000 meters high. They exchanged smiles and then they soared into the sky, gradually rising to 10,000 meters in the air. They then flew along the Hualing Mountains. The mountains slid away behind them, and the winding rivers disappeared one by one, layers and lumps of clouds and mists receded one after another. The feeling of flying is so wonderful and comfortable. Breaking through the 3-dimensional time and space and entering the 4-dimensional time and space feels like breaking free from a cage and being free and graceful. Words fail to capture the experience. Zigui exclaimed, 10,000 years within the cocoon, transforming flesh and bone, and once emerged as a butterfly soaring high. Without the connection with the divine, akin to double wings, how could we ride the rainbow today? Biao echoed, after countless body training sessions, my spirit becomes awakened. Through spiritual cultivation, I am able to absorb invisible energy. Embryonic breathing is activated, revealing itself as a mystical power bestowed by the greatest creator. Han Liang also felt an urge and said, for 30,000 years of building the foundation, refining the essence, transforming qi and the spirit, perfecting the structure to be in one with the Tao, begin realizing how profound Tao is. After flying for about 10,000 kilometers, the Hualing Mountains finally vanished behind them, and an endless vast grassland lay ahead. This is the most famous Marj Sangqin grassland in the 10,000-year world. Here, horses gallop, herds of deer relax, antelopes frisk, bison gallop, zebras play, camels lie idly, goshawks circle vigorously, gulls spread their wings freely, cranes and storks pose grandly, skylarks sing and dance, trumpet vines bloom all over the field, and meadow lilies dot the landscape like stars. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet blend together, resembling colorful pearls embedded in the green grassland. The blue sky, clean air, gentle breeze, and warm sunshine create a poetic and vibrant scene. Danjing was so happy she lost track of time. She let go of her voice and sang, "Beautiful March Sangqin, you are the garden of life, you are like a charming fairy, make me look forward to for so long, wandering on your vast chest, bathed in the flowery scenery of love, I want to throw myself into your arms and suck the fragrance of your tenderness to my heart's content." Listening to the song of Danjing, everyone couldn't help but land on the grassland. The four female celestials Zigui, Biao, Xiaoxia, and Ishi danced a rainbow dance on the green grass. The four female celestials are all about 1.76 meters tall, neither fat nor thin, with faces like peach blossoms, eyebrows like crescent moons, bright eyes and white teeth, cherry-red lips, black hair like flowing clouds, heart-shaped chins, ruddy skin, long arms and legs, high breasts, waists like weeping willows, plump buttocks, and beautiful and curvy figures. While glancing, their eyes convey emotions and captivate the soul, while dancing, they are exceedingly charming and enchanting. Their supple bodies are like tender willow branches in spring, their tenderness flows like waterfalls. They are over 30,000 years old but look like young girls in love, with profound Taoist cultivation, they behave like young maidens. Like buds just blooming, like flames burning, every movement is akin to goddesses scattering flowers, and their waist twists resemble dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. As the celestials of the 10,000-year world are all naked, their dance postures are particularly captivating, leaving endless afterthoughts, and every posture emits energy, presenting the delightful serenity of seclusion. The four male celestials, Danjing, Hanliang, Sangqin, and Qiantong, gradually enter the wonderland while admiring the dance, kneeling on the ground, and shedding tears of gratitude, as if riding the clouds and fog to the palace of bliss, or like a quiet and cold pool, motionless, with strands of energy swirling in their bodies. Waves of joy overwhelm every cell, beyond words. Come and chase me. Come and catch me. A clear and melodious shout and the subsequent laughter resounded on the grassland from far to near. Zigui and others stopped dancing and shaded their eyes with their hands and saw 6 beams of white light on the horizon in the distance approaching like lightning. Hanliang opened his throat and made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted, "Hey! Please come here." Suddenly 6 beams of white light flew to them. It turned out to be 2 female celestials and 4 male celestials. The leading one was a female celestial named Saiying, followed by Dama, Sola, Jifan, Naji, and Sijia. When seeing the 8 celestials such as Zigui and others, Saiying was overjoyed. She circled around the 8 celestials like a whirlwind, giggling and asking, "Who are you? How did you come to this March Sangqin grassland?" Zigui took the lead in responding, "We come from Fengming Ridge of Hualing Mountain and are heading to Tongtian Peak of Moyin Mountain. When we passed by here and saw the picturesque scenery, we couldn't help but stop and be captivated. Brothers and sisters, what are you all doing here?" Upon learning that the 8 celestials were heading to Tongtian Peak, Saiying and the others realized that they had already attained the highest level of oneness with Tao achievable by a celestial in the 10,000-year world. A good karma was hard to find, Naji replied promptly, "We are 6 celestials from the Taiji Palace in Xiaoxiang Ridge, Tiandan Mountain, which is 200 miles away from here at the end of the grassland. Today we came out to practice flying on the grasslands. Currently, we can only fly 8 feet above the ground. We are fortunate to meet esteemed celestials like you today. We hope you will stay at the Taiji Palace for a few days and impart your celestial teachings to us." As soon as Saiying finished speaking, she grabbed Zigui's hand and exclaimed, "You must come with us. You must." Zigui cast a loving glance at everyone and had already ascended 8 feet into the air, flying forward arm in arm with Saiying. The rest of the celestials joyfully took flight and followed suit. In the blink of an eye, 14 male and female celestial beings had already flown to the foot of Tiandan Mountain. Flying forward for 60 miles along the mountain's base, they arrived at Xiaoxiang Ridge. Here clouds billowed and steamed, the purple mist lingering, the mountain flowers blooming, the fruits fragrant, and the clear stream rushing. 100 kinds of birds playing and chasing among the branches in the forest, the sound of water, the wind, the swaying of the branches and the graceful chirping of the birds merged into a symphony of heaven. Landing from the clouds, the celestials walked slowly up along a mountain path. Along the path, they saw little squirrels jumping among the branches, koala bears hugging the tree trunk and tilting their heads to watch, long-tailed monkeys hanging upside down on the branches and swinging, and elk drinking water leisurely in the mountain stream. After a while, the celestials came to Taiji Palace. Stood outside the gate of Taiji Palace, the breeze is gentle, cool, and refreshing, the scenery is beautiful, which nourishes the heart and pleases the eyes. The Taiji Palace is back to Xiaoxiang Mountain, facing the Natsang River, with the winding Tiandan Mountains on the left and the Yingxiao Pool on the right surrounded by mountains. It is truly a geomantic treasure land with the vermilion bird to the front, the black tortoise to the back, the azure dragon to the left, and the white tiger to the right. Especially the Natsang River, which is like a white-silver chain meandering and floating on the opposite vast Yunerian plain, like a dragon moving vigorously, like a silver bridge hanging on the river. Sangqin couldn't help but praise sincerely, auspicious scene Xiaoxiang Ridge, geomantic treasure Taiji Palace, created by nature with extremely fine craftsmanship, blissful sensations arise on this fairy land. Everyone, please enter the Taiji Palace and rest for a while. Sijia greeted courteously. Zigui and others entered the Taiji Palace one after another. One could see that the Taiji Palace was as bright as day, and the 8 treasures of splendor glittered with soft light. There were 8 cushions in the center of the palace, which were placed according to the 8 directions of Qian, Kun, Sun, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, Can, which are not only a place to rest, but also a place to practice. It turned out that there were also 8 male and female celestials living in this Taiji Palace. Besides Saiying, Dama, Sola, Jifan, Naji, Sijia, there are also Kunhi and Bairui. Looking at the expressions in the eyes of Zigui and the others, sensitive Dama immediately cleared their doubts. Kunhi and Bairui went to explore the mysterious gorge, and they will be back in a few days. The 8 treasures of splendor mentioned above consist of sunlight diamond, jadeite blue, agate jade, amethyst glaze, emerald, cat's eye yellow, olive red, and crystal rock. People who have read The 10,000-Year World know that the planet, the 10,000-year world, is 16 times larger than the Earth, and there are 16 stars of different densities arranged equidistantly in the sky, which divides the 10,000-year world into 16 zones with different luminosity. One of the zones is the dark night zone, which is eternal night, and it is precisely this dark night zones that accommodates countless kinds of gemstones in various forms, and is shining in the dark night. Therefore, all the celestials of the 10,000-year world will come here to collect and carry gems in this zone to decorate the caves where they live. The gems can not only illuminate the caves, but also be absorbed essence from, and make the caves colorful and dreamy. The flight of more than 10,000 kilometers drained the vitality of Zigui and the other 7 celestials, necessitating an urgent replenishment of energy. Saiying and the other 5 celestials also felt fatigued. The 4 celestials Sola, Jifan, Naji, and Sijia walked out of the cave and picked some delicious peaches, delicate grapes, sweet melons, and moist stamens soon after. They presented these fruits respectfully to Zigui and the other 7 celestials. Zigui and the others looked at the melons and fruits and smiled. You can use it. We only need 8 cushions for a while. It turns out that the food of the celestials in the 10,000-year world varies according to the depth of their cultivation. Celestials who have just arrived need to eat hard fruits such as walnuts and dates, while those who have been there for over 10,000 years can eat soft fruits such as peaches and grapes. Celestials that are more than 20,000 years old do not eat fruits but only drink mineral-rich mountain spring water, while celestials over 30,000 years old no longer eat any tangible substances, but directly absorb the brilliance of the sun and moon, and the vital energy of heaven and earth. While Taii, Dhamma, Swola, Jifan, Naji, and Sijia were eating fruits, they watched carefully as the 8 celestials took their seats on the cushions, in accordance with the 8 trigrams directions. The 4 male celestials Danjing, Hanliang, Sangqin, and Changtong sit on the location of Qian, Li, Sun and Zhen, and the 4 female celestials Zigui, Biao, Xiaoxia and Ishi sit on the direction of Dui, Zhen, Ken and Kun. They were all sitting cross-legged with their left and right feet overlapped, and the female celestials folded their hands below their navel while the male celestials slightly bent his palms, placing them lightly on their knees with palms facing up. With their eyes and mouth closed, attention fixed, and breath regulated, they entered the state of fetal aspiration, looking like a sculpture. Internally, following their mind's guidance, a stream of essential qi entered their governing vessel through their Baihui, Sishinkang acupoints, going through and absorbed by the large intestine meridian of the hand Yangming, the small intestine meridian of the hand Taiyang, the triple energizer meridian of the hand Shaoyang, the stomach meridian of the foot Yangming, the bladder meridian of the foot Taiyang, and the gallbladder meridian of the foot Shaoyang, and the impure qi was expelled from their Shangyang, Shaochong, Jing, and Zutonggu acupoints. Another stream of essential qi flowed from their Huiyin and Yongquan acupoints into their conception vessel, absorbing the essence and energy through the hand Taiyin lung meridian, hand Shaoyin heart meridian, hand Jian pericardium meridian, foot Taiyin spleen meridian, foot Shaoyin kidney meridian, and foot Jian liver meridian, and expelling impure qi from their Zhongchong, Shaoshang, Yinbai, etc. acupoints. At this moment, the energy from the confluence of the conception and governor vessel, Ren and Du meridians, converged and spouted from the 4 acupoints of Haiquan, Jichuan, Yue, and Jinjin, filling their mouths with saliva. The saliva continuously flowed through their esophagus into their abdomen, and in a short while, their dantian was filled with energy, their fatigue was gone, their spirit reappeared, and their light of nature was complete. The 8 celestials slowly opened their eyes, slightly parted their lips, deeply and slowly inhaled, then exhaled slowly, smiled, and stood up from the cushions. Taii, Dhamma, Swola, Jifan, Naji, and Sijia watched closely, understanding the principle that eating qi makes one deity-like. Zigui and the other 7 celestials then explained in detail the principles and methods of eating qi. After a few days, the 8 celestials bid farewell to Taii, Dhamma, Swola, Jifan, Naji, and Sijia, and ascended into the air from the Taiji Palace Gate, flying towards the Tongtian Peak in the Moyen Mountains. They flew over the Bixia Mountains, the Yuhua Mountains, the 800-mile Shilbo Lake, the 900-mile Seifiaqui Plain, the celestial fascinated gorge, the Valley of 10,000 Birds, the surging blue Nephrite River, and the Double Ocean River, and arrived at Qiandao Lake, which spans over 160,000 hectares, approximately 10,000 kilometers away from Tongtian Peak. The expansive lake, seen from high altitude, resembled a blue curtain adorned with emerald pearls, offering beautiful scenery with crystal clear, soft, shimmering waves, and presenting diverse and auspicious postures. Meanwhile, on an island called Coral Bamboo, 16 celestial beings were observed practicing walking on the lake's surface. Zigui and the others visited Coral Bamboo Island and demonstrated and explained the key points of walking on the water to the other celestials. Due to space limitations, the scene and plot are omitted. On this day, the 8 celestials flew to the Pure Bath Garden, which is only 100 kilometers away from the Tongtian Peak. It is the holiest place in the 10,000 years world, where peculiar avoidance of vulgarism trees grow, magical psychic flowers bloom, and magical upward flowing springs flow. The purple air on the ground is steaming, especially in a small and serene pool. Its temperature changes wonderfully. It is sometimes scalding hot, sometimes bone-chilling, sometimes spewing, and sometimes quiet. Only those who have practiced for more than 30,000 years can enter the Pure Bath Garden, the holy place. Those who have not cultivated enough will feel a strong repulsive force when they come to the edge of the garden and will feel restless and uncomfortable all over. Those who have cultivated enough will feel a strong pulling force when they come to the edge of the garden, and will feel calm and refreshed, and their energy will increase significantly. Therefore, any celestial who wants to fly to the Tongtian Peak must come here to verify their own cultivation. Only those who can enter the pure bath garden can fly to the Tongtian Peak. The 8 celestials came to the pure bath garden, feeling completely relaxed and happy. They felt a pulling force on them and then smoothly entered it, details omitted. They bathed in the sacred pool, and after the bath, they thoroughly remolded and emitted an exotic fragrance. This fragrance was like sandalwood, tuberose, musk, jasmine, rose, geranium, cinnamon, lavender, but it was none of them. It penetrated the heart and lungs, drunk one's innermost, connect divinities, open Buddha eyes, lighten one's bones, and enhance their energy. The 8 celestials bathed in this fragrance and suddenly felt light and drifted straight up to 80,000 meters high, as if they were clouds blown by the wind, if not guided by intention. The 8 celestials wanted to go to Tongtian Peak, so in the blink of an eye, they had already floated to the sky-gazing cliff of Tongtian Peak. The sky-gazing cliff is a place where countless senior celestials rainbow over the ages. In the sky above the sky-gazing cliff, there is a pyramid tower made up of nearly 10,000 stars and planets. The tower is where universal energy converges and radiates onto the sky-gazing cliff. Being at the sky-gazing cliff, one can feel the energy overflowing throughout the body, incomparably comfortable. When the energy they absorbed is enough, the structure of their lifts undergoes a sudden mutation, and their Buddha eyes open, being able to see the mysteries of the universe. It is at this moment that many celestials who came to the sky-gazing cliff began to rainbow. Their entire body will transform into a green smoke and disperse, while the light of nature of their life will turn into a rainbow of 7 colors and fly toward the continent for 3 realms' lives to pass through at a lightning speed, and then go to other heavenly worlds. The 8 celestials, Zigui, Danjing, Biao, Xiaoxia, Hanliang, Sangqin, Ishi, and Qiantong, arrived at the sky-gazing cliff, as if they were in a void. They saw the blue waves of the Sangqin Sea are boundless and connecting the horizon, and the lofty Moyen mountain range extending far into the sky, and on the sky-gazing cliff, nearly 100 senior celestials had already arrived and were holding their breaths, concentrating, and receiving energy from the pyramid tower. Just as they were watching without knowing what to do, a celestial elder named Greeting Celestial appeared. He was specifically responsible for guiding the male and female celestials who flew to the sky-gazing cliff on how to absorb energy from the pyramid tower and then rainbow. The communication between the 8 celestials and the Greeting Celestial was not through language, but through symbols and telepathy, truly a same minds sensing each other. The 8 celestials quickly entered the state according to the guidance of the celestial elder. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps a moment, perhaps hundreds of years, when Danjing, Sangqin, and Ishi came back to their senses, Zigui, Biao, Xiaoxia, Hanliang, and Qiantong had disappeared. It turned out that the 5 celestials had already rainbowed and disappeared without a trace, while the remaining 3 still needed to continue cultivating in the 10,000-year world for some time. They were not worried and, following the guidance of the celestial elder, they flew to the fairy garden canyon, where the ginseng fruit grows. To find out whether Danjing, Sangqin, and Ishi ate the ginseng fruit in the fairy garden canyon and how they continued to cultivate, especially the cultivation of male-female dual cultivation without physical contact, interested readers can refer to a second glance at the 10,000-year world. Note: the 1 day and time mentioned in this article are purely for the sake of convenience in narration. In reality, the 10,000-year world does not have such a time concept. Please understand. Another glance at the 1,000-year world. Xiefeng. January 18, 2010. Translation edited by Chinyo. Lush Highlands male celestial Kin and female celestial Meta came to Butterfly Peak of Lotus Mountain to live with 29 other celestials. This is a tradition that has formed in the thousand-year world, with frequent personnel movement. The thousand-year world is 10 times larger than the Earth, with nearly 2 million villages. The most populous village has about 300 people, while the least has nearly 30. The population of each village is not fixed but transient. In other words, after Kin and Meta came to Butterfly Peak, they would not return to Lush Highland but instead stay to live on Butterfly Peak. Meanwhile, Hai and Hori, the two female celestials living on Butterfly Peak, have been there for more than 20 years, after having discussed with Ray decided to go to 7 Fragrances Garden of Crane Ridge, on Cloud-Piercing Mountain Range, which is 150 kilometers away. The Cloud-Piercing Mountain Range is one of the 5 continuous mountain ranges in the thousand-year world, starting from the Silver Wave Sea, Lake, and ending at the Bean River. It stretches for more than 80,000 kilometers, with the highest peak, Qingtian Peak, about 43,000 meters high. It is the highest peak in the thousand-year world. Crane Ridge is a mountain ridge in the middle of the Cloud-Piercing Mountain Range. On this ridge, peaks are layered and colored clouds swirl around them. The area covers more than 120 square kilometers, with mountains within mountains and peaks on top of peaks. It is tall and steep, with a variety of shapes, and the mist and clouds linger, creating endless charm. Crane Ridge is close to the vastest Yuezhang Lake in the thousand-year world. Cranes often gather here to eat and play before flying to Crane Ridge to roost. Therefore, this ridge is called Crane Ridge. 7 Fragrances Garden is a village under Crane Ridge. There are 7 fragrances here, the first from Pearl Stone, the second from Heavenly Fragrance Grass, the third from Lechoman Flower, the 4th from Purple Osmanthus Tree, the 5th from Heart Penetrating Springs, the 6th from Longevity Fruit, and the 7th from Fragrant Winds. These 7 fragrances are continuously emitted throughout the year, nourishing the appearance, spirit, heart, and body. On this day, Hai, who was wearing a green silk dress and was slender and beautiful at over 360 years old, and Hori, who was wearing a yellow long dress and was plump and charming at over 450 years old, came to the farewell bridge with a small bundle containing a set of spare clothes. All the celestials from Butterfly Peak, including Kin and Meta, gathered at the farewell bridge to bid them farewell. Because this kind of separation in the thousand-year world is almost forever, it is difficult to reunite after parting, so everyone was reluctant to part, hugging each other with tears in their eyes. Hai choked and said, 300 miles away, I must reluctantly part with my loved ones. We have been in love for 20 years, and our love will forever be engraved in my heart. Hori wept and said, for 20 years we have been together, our affection and cherished memories shining brightly. As we depart for 7 Fragrances Garden, I can only meet you in my dreams. Handsome Sang, representing all male celestials of Butterfly Peak, held Hai and Hori's hands and tearfully said, we recall the many lingering moments and boundless love we've shared. As we part, leaving behind the empty pavilion, when will we meet again? Our affection is like a range of mountains, and our love is like water within water. We can only often look at the swallows flying back and forth, comforting our yearning for one another. Stunning Jiaoyu, representing all the female celestials, embraced Hai and Hori, weeping and saying, our sisterly bond runs deep, and our love and joy were once so warm and delightful. With each passing year, the mountains remain verdant, and the seasons change. Though we part, our blessings will be with you every day. As celestials were reluctant to part and Hai and Hori were struggling to leave, Ray put on a brave face and sang a farewell song, do not grieve or linger, for everywhere beyond the horizon, green grass and blue skies abound. Amidst thousands of rivers and mountains, there are always our love. Joys and sorrows all have great value. Do not shed a tear, please embark on your journey. Your reputation precedes you throughout the world, and your loved ones from afar await your arrival. Do not miss out on the bright opportunities that lie ahead. After that, Ray gently pushed Hai and Hori forward, and the male and female celestials bid them farewell with tears in their eyes. Hai and Hori, with their eyes blurred with tears, turned back at every step, gradually becoming more and more distant. As Hai and Hori walked past the melon garden, over the stone bridge, through the meadow, up the fragrant grassy slope, and into the mulberry grove, they continued to wave goodbye. Until Hai and Hori's figures disappeared into the forest of mulberry trees, they just left the farewell bridge silently. This is exactly, throughout history, the pain of separation has always been felt deeply by those in love, yet it is affection that brings both joy and sorrow. After traversing the mulberry forest, they reached an open field blanketed with low-lying flowers and grasses, resembling a grassland. The area was adorned with stipa grandis, rhododendrons, boxwoods, sand junipers, prostrate junipers, forsythia, primroses, roses, brambles, jasmines, sand willows, yellow thorn plums, lilacs, flowering plums, cherry blossoms, Lamus chinensis, rough grass, fennel beans, wild peas, sea buckthorns, ice grass, buplurum, astragalus, wormwood, silver roses, thyme, pale purple delphiniums, bright red morningstar lilies, clusters of pink phoenix hair, sand ginseng with funnel-like flowers, sword-leaved iris with small purple flowers, threadleaf coreopsis with small yellow flowers, and more, all in full bloom, delighting the eye and refreshing the soul. The anticipation of meeting nearly 300 male and female celestials at Seven Fragrances Garden swept away any lingering sadness from Hai and Hori's previous parting. They happily danced like two little girls or two large butterflies. They ran, twirled, shouted, and cheered, carrying their small bundles as they traversed the open field. After a while, they arrived at a small stream originating from Lotus Mountain. They followed the clear and flowing stream for about a whole day on earth, until they saw Grace River, which sparkled and flowed gently. The two celestials were a bit tired, so they sat on the green stones by the stream and rested for a while. After a short break, they felt a bit hungry, so they started looking for food around them. Near the stream, there was a sparse forest. When they came to the forest, they found several chestnut trees. The chestnuts were hanging from the branches, many of the shells had cracked open, revealing the golden chestnuts inside. They were easy to pick, and the two celestials peeled and ate more than 10 of them, feeling slightly full. After quenching their thirst by cupping their hands to drink water from the stream, they felt refreshed and continued their journey forward. Here, I need to mention that when Hai and Hori departed from Butterfly Peak, they didn't bring anything with them except for a set of clean clothes. Why? Because there was food everywhere in the thousand-year world. Fruits produced by plants were abundant and could be found everywhere. 8 treasure ginseng, flower bud milk fruit, drunken heart leaves, sand lotus, and 3 fairy melons. Because the food was abundant in the thousand-year world and the ripening period of the fruits was long, for example, if peaches on earth were not picked or eaten within a few days after they were ripe, they would rot. However, the fruits in the thousand-year world would not rot for about half a year after they were ripe and would still be fresh. Therefore, there was abundant food everywhere in the thousand-year world, and one did not need to worry about not having anything to eat. 8 treasure ginseng, flower bud milk fruit, drunken heart leaves, sand lotus, and 3 fairy melons. Because the food was abundant in the thousand-year world and the ripening period of the fruits was long, for example, if peaches on earth were not picked or eaten within a few days after they were ripe, they would rot. However, the fruits in the thousand-year world would not rot for about half a year after they were ripe and would still be fresh. Therefore, there was abundant food everywhere in the thousand-year world, and one did not need to worry about not having anything to eat. Furthermore, there are no carnivorous animals in the thousand-year world, such as tigers, leopards, jackals, or wolves. There are no crocodiles, poisonous snakes, spiders, scorpions, centipedes, mosquitoes, or flies that can harm people. Therefore, no matter where you live or go, it is very safe. Also, the thousand-year world is basically at a constant temperature, with no strong winds, heavy rain, or nighttime, so there is no need to prepare extra warm or cool clothing. Unexpectedly to humans on Earth, the celestial beings of the thousand-year world can go without sleep for 7 to 8 consecutive days when necessary. It's similar to some migratory birds on Earth like the Arctic tern, black-poll warbler, European white stork, New Zealand long-tailed cuckoo, and the sea gulls of the Isle of Man, who can fly continuously for several days without resting during their long-distance migration. The special climate, environment, diet, and lifestyle of the thousand-year world have created a unique physiological structure for the celestial beings, just like how women in the thousand-year world have their menstrual cycle every 3 to 4 months, Earth time, instead of once a month like on Earth. Therefore, Hai and Hori, on their way from Butterfly Peak to Seven Fragrances Garden, which is 150 kilometers away, did not need to stay at hotels or dine at restaurants along the way. Hai and Hori followed a stream and arrived at the Grace River because the stream flowed into it. The Grace River originates from the Kasiramaya Mountains, flows into the Ripple Lake, and has a total length of over 23,000 kilometers. It is wide and clear, with a gentle current. Hai said to Hori, "Sister, the terrain ahead seems rugged and difficult to walk on. Shall we take the water route?" Hori readily agreed, "Okay, my dear sister." So, the two celestials began to swim down the river. In the thousand-year world, there are 10 big rivers and numerous lakes and around 100,000 small rivers, so the male and female celestials all have been swimming since childhood and are all skilled swimmers. Their clothes are mainly made of silk, thin as cicada wings, so Hai and Hori didn't take off their clothes, only wrapped their small bundle around their waist, and entered the Grace River to drift downstream. It was like drifting clouds driven by the wind, and they felt as if they were being caressed by thousands of hands. The green hills on both sides raced behind them, and several rows of white egrets flew over their heads. The two celestials played in the water like fish, and in half a day, they had already swum out more than 30 miles. The red plateau was not far ahead, and Hai suggested, "Sister, let's get ashore and walk on the red plateau, and let's grab something to eat along the way." Hori happily agreed, "I'll do whatever my dear sister says." Two celestials landed on shore and wrung out the water from their bundles with their hands. They climbed up the red clay slope and reached the top of the hill, where they had a broad view of the wild and magnificent scenery. There were forests of Altingia chinensis, alpine pine, larch, longleaf pine, blue pine, hemlock, cold fir, spruce, unicorn leaves, lipstick plant, highland oak, birch, alder, poplar, and cypress, among which were bushes such as small artemisia, purple needlegrass, sand-binding grass, camelthorn, fruit-bearing ephedra, Sympegma regelii, tumbleweed, sand needlegrass, bush cinquefoil, sheep fescue, alpine knotweed, rhododendron shrubs, club moss, red sand willow, roundhead smartweed, Chinese Purley everlasting, Chinese cinquefoil, dark brown sedge, marsh marigold, kidney-leaved groundsel, cushion catmint, time-leaved sandwort, fairies snow, snow lotus flower, shining needlegrass, saxaul, great burnet, and other plants. Pheasants, ring-necked pheasants, yellow pheasants, peacocks, chikar partridge, parrots, collared doves, quails, and other birds are running around among them. As they wandered through this diverse flora, they kept an eye out for raspberries and eventually found a few bright, translucent red fruits. They stood next to the small bush and picked and ate them. After finishing, they continued their winding journey through the sparsely wooded mountain slope. Unaware of how long they had been walking, they eventually crossed the red plateau and entered the Sangqin grassland. The Sangqin grassland was vast, covering an area of more than 200 square kilometers. After crossing the grassland in a canyon, they were close to Crane Ridge, which was equivalent to arriving at Seven Fragrances Garden. Hori said, "Sister, I'm a little tired. Let's rest here for a while, looking a little exhausted." "Okay. Let me hold you and lie down for a while," replied Hai. The two celestial sisters lay down on the soft grassland, and Hori snuggled up to Hai, facing each other. After a while, they fell asleep. Clip-clop. The sound of horse hooves approached closer and closer. Hai and Hori woke up at the same time, sat up, and looked around. They saw 4 horses galloping a few hundred meters away, one chestnut red, one black, one pure white, and one black and white. Each horse was ridden by a handsome man who was racing and chasing. Hai and Hori stood up quickly, waved their arms, and shouted, "Hey! Hey! Hey!" The horsemen heard the shouting and galloped towards Hai and Hori. They arrived in the blink of an eye and circled around Hai and Hori. Then, the 4 men dismounted, and one of them named Dayue eagerly asked, "Where are you two from? Where are you going? What are your names? Do you need our help?" Hai excitedly replied, "My name is Hai, and her name is Hori. We came from the Butterfly Peak in Lotus Mountain, and we are going to 7 Fragrances Garden. How about you? Where are you from?" One of the 4, Dayue, added, "We are from 7 Fragrances Garden. He is Raji, Gaxiu, Fubo, and I am Dayue. We are racing horses. Welcome to stay in 7 Fragrances Garden." Raji said, "Fubo and I will go and inform all the Celestials in 7 Fragrances Garden that you have arrived. Gaxiu and Dayue will take care of you too." After saying that, Raji and Fubo mounted their horses and galloped away in a flash. Everyone watched Raji and Fubo disappear, and the sharp-featured and well-built Dayue couldn't help but say to Hai and Hori, "Welcome to 7 Fragrances Garden, 2 celestial sisters. I am Dayue, and I warmly welcome you. I would like to be a swift horse for you to ride, and a spring pool for you to bathe in." Gaxiu, with a handsome and graceful face, couldn't wait to flatter and said, "Brother is born for younger sister, and I will fulfill her every wish. From now on, we will gather at the 7 Fragrances Garden, and I will serve you under your skirt every day." Hai affectionately touched Gaxiu's face and said with a smile, "The little baby is so obedient. After we arrive at the 7 Fragrances Garden, I will give you a chance every day to wash my fragrant feet." As she spoke, she laughed merrily. Hori asked Dayue with a smile, "Are you a good boy? If you are, then you can lie down and smell my feet under my skirt." Dayue immediately knelt in front of Hori and tried to smell her feet. Hori pulled him up and kissed his forehead affectionately and said, "You are really a good boy. From now on, sister will give you a chance every day to wash my butt." She burst into laughter, and Gaxiu and Dayue also joined in laughter. Their relaxed and pleasant laughter echoed across the Sangqin grassland. The sky and the earth were so vast and pure, and nature was so harmonious and auspicious. It was beautiful. Before Hori finished laughing, clever Dayue picked her up and placed her on the red horse. He handed her the reins and climbed onto the horse behind her. Gaxiu followed suit and lifted Hai onto the black horse. The 4 of them slowly rode towards the 7 Fragrances Garden. Colorful clouds float above Crane Ridge, and phoenixes graced the 7 Fragrances Garden. Auspiciousness permeates the celestial realm, promising everlasting happiness, sang Dayue energetically. Ascend into the vibrant clouds and behold. The 1,000-year world, our homeland, lies all around. Graceful in body and mind, our souls soar freely. We offer thanks to heaven, earth, and the greatest creator, Hori sang in harmony. Clouds flying, water flowing, celestial cranes dancing, and flowers exuding fragrance. Brothers lead sisters back to their homeland, hearts and spirits intoxicated with joy. The melody of happiness resounds throughout the journey, Gaxiu sang along. Light steps, minds and bodies brimming with vitality. It's akin to a dream, entering a fantasy realm. Where green mountains and clear waters harmonize, waves gently ripple, and mandarin ducks frolic. Every corner of the homeland teems with delight, Hai joined in the song. As they walked, conversed, and sang, they soon departed the Sangqin grasslands, reaching the wind-singing canyon. Towering rocks and peaks adorned the canyon, while exotic flowers bloomed in profusion. Every breeze produced a melodious resonance, echoing through the valley. The winding path ahead was challenging, prompting Dayue's suggestion to let the horses run. Hori and Hai tightened their grips on the reins, urging the chestnut red and black horses, resembling fairy tale creatures, to gallop. Dayue and Gaxiu embraced Hori and Hai tightly from behind. The rhythmic movement and the warmth of their embrace stirred a sense of relaxation and comfort, signaling the onset of estrus, amidst this enchanting ambience reminiscent of an impending storm. The four celestials remained silent, not knowing how much time had passed until they emerged from the canyon, spotting a group of horses galloping toward them. It was Raji and Fubo, leading villagers from Seven Fragrances Garden to greet them. "Hey! We're here!" Dayue shouted loudly, and the two horses carried the four celestials forward to meet the group of celestials. When they were still more than 100 meters away from the horse herd, Raji, who was sitting on a pure white horse, shouted loudly, "Everyone, line up to welcome them." The group of celestials shook their reins, and instantly more than 30 horses formed a line in a formation. The chestnut red and black horses, with Dayue, Hori, and Gaxiu riding them, rushed to the front of the line. They lifted their hooves, approached, neighed a few times, and then stopped. It could be heard, the group of celestials shouting in unison, welcomed the distant celestials to Seven Fragrances Garden. Hori and Hai, sitting on their horses, bent down and clasped fists to salute everyone, saying, "Thank you all for coming to meet us. We greet and salute all the brothers and sisters of Seven Fragrances Garden. Let's go!" Raji shouted, leading the way toward Seven Fragrances Garden, and the others followed suit. The horses Hai and Hori rode were among the group, and everyone rode together in high spirits and excitement, arriving at Seven Fragrances Garden in no time. Seven Fragrances Garden is located at the foot of Crane Ridge in the cloud-piercing mountains. Nearly 300 celestial mansions were built along the mountainside, with peach and apricot fairy trees mixed in between, surrounded by exotic flowers and plants. The sunny and beautiful scenery is adorned with auspicious signs and a warm atmosphere brought by hundreds of birds. Everyone gathered around Hai and Hori and arrived at the welcome celestials' garden of Seven Fragrances Garden. They served up the delicious liquor and nourishing juice of the thousand-year world, picked the unique 8 treasures ginseng fruit and flower buds milk fruit of the thousand-year world. The respected Beijian of Seven Fragrances Garden welcomed them and said, "Thanks to the greatest creator for his kindness, and for bestowing the arrival of Hai and Hori at Seven Fragrances Garden. To express our welcome to Hai and Hori, we will hold entertainment activities for 3 days, with the following projects. 1. Singing and dancing in the welcome celestials' garden. 2. Visiting Crane Ridge together. 3. Boating in the Lake Bay. 4. Poetry competition in the 100 Fruits Orchard. 5. Exhibition of skills and craftsmanship. 6. Performance in the Joyful Square. 7. Guessing riddles and telling stories. 8. Sermon in Sublimation Garden. Now, let Dayue and Gaxiu take Hai and Hori to their respective celestial mansions to rest for a while, and then everyone can gather at the welcome celestial garden to sing and dance with joy. It should be noted that not long ago, 2 male celestials, Mutant and Xijiao, and 2 female celestials, Yuyao and Chini, left Seven Fragrances Garden to live in Gourd Island, 300 kilometers away. The celestial mansions where Hori and Hai will reside in Seven Fragrances Garden are the places where Yuyao and Chini used to live. Dayue led Hori, and Gaxiu led Hai. The 4 celestial girls of Seven Fragrances Garden, Budi, Sorlan, Long, and Weijia, accompanied them to the heart-penetrating spring. The heart-penetrating spring is located in the embrace of Seven Star Rock and is a hot spring in Seven Fragrances Garden. The water of the spring is clear and pure, and the temperature of the water is suitable. The water vapor emits a fantastic fragrance. The spring looks like a small mirror lake. There is a thick layer of clean sand around the spring, and the bottom of the spring is covered with colorful pebbles. From the edge to the center, it gradually deepens, and the central part of the spring is several meters deep, which can accommodate 40 to 50 celestials bathing at the same time. The 8 celestials came to the edge of the spring, and Budi and Soalan took care of Hori, while Ilong and Weijia helped Hai. The 6 celestial girls stripped naked and walked into the lake. They played in the water for a while before standing at the edge of the water. At this time, Dayue and Gaxiu respectively picked several green fragrant leaves, which are wide and soft, supple, and strong, like a bath towel used for bathing in the mortal world. Dayue and Gaxiu handed a few pieces of green fragrant leaves to Budi, Soalan, Along, and Weijia respectively. Then the 4 fairies gently washed Hori and Hai's bodies respectively. Dayue and Gaxiu sat on the sandy beach by the spring lake, enjoying the graceful and charming figures of the 6 celestial girls. A wave of warm and happy feelings overflowed throughout their bodies. Hori and Hai were being touched all over by the 4 celestial girls. Along with being hugged by Dayue and Gaxiu while riding on horseback on their way to 7 Fragrances Garden, the bouncing and friction of the horseback against their genitals sparks an unusual sense of youthful restlessness. Hori and Hai gradually became hot. This sensation served as a prelude to the impending eruption of the 4-month-long pent-up youthful surge within their bodies. After their baths, Budi and Soalan escorted Hori to Yuyao's former celestial mansion, while Ilong and Weijia led Hai to Chini's previous dwelling. Yuyao's celestial abode rested upon a flat expanse halfway up Crane Ridge, surrounded by lush green bamboo, fragrant blossoms, and the melodious chirping of birds. The scenery was breathtaking, the space bright and expansive. Standing within the courtyard offered a panoramic view, truly refreshing to the spirit. Upon entering the room, Hori was greeted by a fragrant ambience, immaculately clean and pristine. Light blue silk curtains swayed gently in the breeze, while a large bamboo bed was adorned with fragrant grass mats. The lotus root pillow, in a soothing milky yellow, were just the right blend of softness and support. At the foot of the bed, a neatly arranged quilt made from celestial petals awaited, while a bamboo tea table before the bamboo lounge chairs held an array of unique fruits exclusive to the 1,000-year world. These fruits, including milk juice pomelo, nourishing orchid, 5 fragrance orange, 8 treasure ginseng, flower bud fruit milk, drunken heart leaves, sand lotus root, and 3 fairy melon, were handpicked by a dozen celestial beings such as Raji, Fubo, and others, as a gesture of hospitality during Hori and Hai's bath at the heart-penetrating spring. Hori indulged in some milk juice from the pomelo and a few bites of flower bud fruit before retiring to bed. Budi and Soalan tenderly tucked her in, gently caressing and patting her until she drifted off to sleep. Singing and dancing in the welcome celestial garden. Hori and Hai awoke refreshed and invigorated, already awaited by Budi and Soalan in the small courtyard, while Ilong and Weijia had kept watch for Hai in her room. After grooming themselves, they each savored a bamboo cup of nourishing juice prepared by the female celestials, a blend of honey, sweet spring water, green fragrant leaves, 100 flower stamens, energy stones, 8 treasure ginseng, longevity roots, wolfberries, red dates, and fairy fruit. This elixir, reminiscent of both wine and juice, left them feeling clear-headed and revitalized. They also enjoyed some 3 fairy melons before making their way through the winding paths of the forest and flower trails to the welcome celestial garden. This enchanting garden resembled a miniature basin, surrounded by gradually rising terrain with a flat expanse in the center, ideal for accommodating the 300 celestial beings who could sing and dance simultaneously. As Hori and Hai entered the garden, nearly 300 residents of 7 Fragrances Garden were already seated, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Upon seeing them, everyone stood up and shouted in unison, "Hori and Hai are great." The whole venue erupted with joyful cheers, vibrant and lively, as if celebrating a festival. The singing and dancing welcome party was hosted by the talented female celestial Yayao and the male celestial Yejuan of 7 Fragrances Garden. Yayao, over 400 years old, possessed a graceful figure and beauty akin to a super-celestial being. Her body boasted elegant curves, and her demeanor exuded charm. With a lively and flirtatious personality, she was adored by all the celestial beings of Seven Fragrances Garden. Yejuan, over 300 years old, sported thick eyebrows and large eyes, along with fine, tender skin and a well-proportioned physique. His features were distinct, and his voice resonated powerfully when he spoke. His dancing was as fluid as water, as enchanting as magic, and as ethereal as a fairy's. His personality was rough yet refined and delicate, particularly in the expressive depths of his eyes, which held a myriad of emotions and infinite allure, capable of captivating the hearts and souls of others. Yayao took the lead with a voice as clear as a silver bell. Hai and Hori have descended to earth, and Seven Fragrances Garden is aglow with radiance. All celestial beings will showcase songs and dances to express our gratitude to the greatest creator for orchestrating such a splendid event. 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers brimming with joy, 10,000 miles of sky adorned with auspicious signs, let us sing of the joys of life and dance with celestial sentiments. Yejuan then continued, the song and dance party welcoming Hai and Hori will proceed in the following order. Tsijia's solo, Gazing into Your Heart. Medi's solo dance, Intoxicated Blossoms of Seven Fragrances Garden. Yayao and I's duet dance, Ascending the Hill Together. Raji and Dayao's duet, Who Stole My Heart. Gandhi, Bashya, Yuji, and Huazi's flute ensemble, 100 Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix. Solan, Xingdi, Yuer, and Kasang's Panpipe Quartet, Serenading the Heartland. Gaxiu, Wiha, Dayue, Luanbei, Lyotsue, Choma, Lanbai, and Xianluan's group dance, Joyous Savannas of Sangqin. 18. All of Seven Fragrances Garden's residents, Flight of Love. Let us begin with Tsijia's rendition of Gazing into Your Heart, Yejuan announced, as the striking figure of Tsijia rose from amidst the celestial assembly, his deep and melodious voice filling the air. I gaze into your heart, where deep affection binds me to you. Do you recall our love atop the hill, where the breeze, intoxicated, carried fragrances? Violets bloomed in our midst, while flocks of cranes soared above. Hand in hand, we descended the hill, as mountains danced and Lansang rivers sang for us. I gaze into your heart, where memories of our love linger, unable to forget our cherished moments. Our love flows like the eternal Sangna River, as trumpet creepers bloom once more. My beloved, where do you reside? Birds traverse the sky, and clouds drift by, as flowers emit fragrance, and I sing softly for you. With Tsijia's song concluded, Medi took the stage for a solo dance, followed by Yayao and Yejuan's mesmerizing duet, Ascending the Hill Together. Yayao's upper body was tightly wrapped in a piece of blue silk, accentuating her slender waist and prominent breasts, while her exposed navel exuded infinite allure. Below, she wore only a pair of ultra-small purple panties, with her dense pubic hair peeking out like a brilliant halo along the edge, while her long, slender legs resembled two jade dragons leaping and dancing. With coquettish eyes and sparkling allure, she stood at the center of the welcome celestial garden, gracefully bowing to the assembled celestials with hands flat and one foot extended forward at a 90-degree angle. Meanwhile, Yejuan signaled the crowd with a respectful gesture. His bright, clear eyes, thick curly hair resembling forests and clouds, developed muscles, and strong physique were all on display. His upper body was bare, revealing a bronze hue, while he wore white tight pants below, his groin raised like a lion, ready to leap and bound at any moment, exuding boundless vitality and wildness. The dance began. Double swallows soared, white cranes danced in the spring, double dragons played with pearls, peacocks courted phoenixes, sea dragons explored the depths, tigers descended from mountains, jade rabbits nestled in burrows, eagles left their nests, willows swayed gently, buds bloomed, clouds and rain enveloped Wu Mountain, wind swept the plains, clouds veiled the green mountains, mist shrouded the valleys, long rainbows pierced the sun, and colorful clouds chased the moon. Tumbling and leaping, rising and falling, each move expressed myriad styles with boundless passion, while each posture emanated countless interpretations and vast imagination. The celestial beings watched, their souls stirred, their hearts swaying. With the dance's movements, they alternated between holding their breath in rapt attention and clapping and cheering. This dance was something found only in heaven, impossible to witness anywhere in the mortal world. After the double dance concluded, they performed sequentially, and the song and dance welcoming the celestials continued until everyone was thoroughly entertained and dispersed. The 100 Crafts Exhibition. Activities such as visiting Crane Ridge together, boating in the Lake Bay, poetry competition in the 100 Fruit Orchard, and guessing riddles and telling stories in the 7 Fragrances Garden are similar to those in the mortal world, differing only in content while sharing a similar nature, hence they are omitted. The lifestyle of the celestials in the 1,000-year world differs from that of humans in terms of environment, geography, and physical condition. Consequently, their work content and methods also differ. Presented here are some examples of their work content and methods. Respected Bajian in 7 Fragrances Garden arranged a series of welcome activities to greet Hai and Hori, one of which was the 100 Crafts Exhibition. 100 Crafts refers to the demonstration of technical skills, and the workplace is where the labor is conducted. With nearly 300 celestials in 7 Fragrances Garden, the workplaces are dispersed, thus this activity is carried out separately. Let's examine a few scenes to understand what the celestials in the 1,000-year world are doing and how they go about it. Making needles. Celestials in the 1,000-year world also wear clothes. However, making clothes requires needles. In the absence of modern steel mills like on Earth, where do the needles come from? Celestial Sidwa in 7 Fragrances Garden specializes in making needles. Leading everyone to a hillside on Crane Ridge where more than 10 small needle grasses grow, Sidwa demonstrates the process. These small needle grasses are small shrubs with sparse needle prickles growing on their branches of varying lengths, which are very sharp and hard. They are similar in size and shape to the needles used by humans to sew clothes, except for the different materials. Sidwa forcefully breaks off a few of them and lightly shaves off a little from both sides of the tail of one of them with a small knife. Then, he holds the needle prickle firmly with one hand and uses a sharp tool he brought with him, resembling a thin iron rod obtained from Red Rock Gully and honed on a stone, to drill and dig the tail of the needle. After a while, the needle eye is pierced, and then he polishes the tail on the stone, making it smooth and round, thus a sewing needle was made. Sewing clothes. In the 1,000-year world, fabric comes from 2 sources. One is silk from silkworms, and the other is flower petals. The flower responsible for these petals is called celestial clothing. Its flowers are large, with 5 petals each, several times larger than those of a butterfly orchid and almost the size of a dripping guanine leaf. Because they bloom for a long time, these petals are very flexible, brightly colored, and soft like cotton, making them ideal fabric material. Silk fabrics are dyed using plant materials such as indigo, acorn, gallnut, persimmon leaves, holly leaves, chestnut shells, lotus seed husks, Salvia officinalis leaves, Japanese umbrella pine leaves, red lotus roots, yellow bark twigs, and others, rather than mineral substances such as iron or powder, mica, cinnabar, alum, etc. These materials are ground into powder and soaked to extract their pigments for dyeing silk fabrics. Different dyeing and processing techniques create different types of silk, such as silk fabric, gauze, brocade, and damask, in colors ranging from red, orange, and yellow to green, blue, and purple. There are many shades within each color family, with yellow alone having variations like goose yellow, chrysanthemum yellow, apricot yellow, egg yolk yellow, millet yellow, gold yellow, earth yellow, and brown tea, while green includes hues like emerald, bean green, leafy green, fruit green, and ink green. Lanbai, Dayao, Muqin, and Suolan specialize in sewing clothes. Lanbai uses celestial clothing flower petals and wooden scissors to cut each petal according to Hai's body shape. Dayao skillfully sews the petals together with a needle. With their expertise, they quickly complete a cream-colored skirt. Similarly, Muqin and Solan sew an apricot-colored skirt for Hori using silk. Making knives, axes, and saws. Some trees in a 1,000-year world grow and decay quickly, their soft wood being easily processed and useful for construction. Most houses are built using this type of wood. To shape this wood, no knives, axes, or saws are needed. Instead, the wood is shaped using ropes based on the principle of rubbing ropes against wooden boards will cut into them. Some wood is hard and requires knives, axes, or saws for processing. There are no steel mills, ironworks, or steel rolling mills in the 1,000-year world, so where do they get knives, axes, and saws? Consciousness creates reality. Just as fruits on earth are created by super-celestial beings to meet human needs, materials in the 1,000-year world are created by super-celestial beings to meet the needs of the celestials and the environmental characteristics of the 1,000-year world. About 30 kilometers from the Seven Fragrances Garden lies a canyon called Red Rock Gully. Here, there are many differently shaped stone slabs and stone strips, which are actually a special metal composite material. Materials are selected according to needs and then polished to make the necessary tools, such as knives, axes, and saws. Baxia, Kasang, Mudi, Luanqin, Jua, and He specialize in making tools such as knives, axes, and saws. At Red Rock Gully, Baxia selects a stone about 10 centimeters long, Kasang chooses one about half a meter long, Mudi picks one about 10 centimeters long, and Luanqin takes a long stone strip. They then enter a workshop they built earlier. Jua and Hage have already lit the stove, using hard red pine as fuel instead of coal. Baxia throws the 10 centimeter long stone into the fire, which quickly turns red. He then removes it with pliers and hammers it on an anvil about 50 times. In no time, a small knife is formed. After cooling it in water, he grinds it back and forth on a greenstone, resembling a grindstone. Finally, he embeds a wooden handle in the tail end, completing the small knife. Other tools, such as axes and saws, are made in a similar manner. Haircutting. Females in the 1,000-year world never cut their hair, it naturally falls off when it reaches waist length and then grows anew. Haircutting is only for males. Men's beards hardly grow before the age of 600, and they almost never shave. In contrast, men's hair in the 1,000-year world grows continuously from birth, which raises the issue of haircutting. Yiri and Dejia are responsible for haircuts. Currently, Siji and Mira need haircuts, so they sit on bamboo stools with Yiri cutting Siji's hair and Dejia cutting Mira's. They only use a comb and a pair of scissors, skillfully completing their work in no time. The comb mentioned here is made from leaves of the evergreen wood, shaved with a knife. This evergreen wood grows very slowly, and its leaves are almost like hard wooden pieces as thick as combs. They are called leaves because of their leaf-like shape and are perfect for making hair combs. Making toilet paper. In the 1,000-year world, there's no use for paper, no books, no letters, no need for writing or articles. However, toilet paper is still a necessity. Are paper mills needed in the 1,000-year world? No, they are not. Celestial Macheng and Celestial Bishua are specifically tasked with making toilet paper. This toilet paper isn't paper at all, it's actually a type of flower petal called skin comforting fragrance. These flowers are as large as ordinary wash basins, with shapes resembling begonia blossoms and a snow-white color. Their fragrance resembles lavender, and their petals are covered with tiny buds resembling taste buds on the tongue. Macheng and Bishua collect 2 full backpacks of skin-comforting fragrance flower petals from the garden in the Seven Fragrances Garden. They then pour these petals into a large water tank for soaking. The purpose of soaking is mainly to remove the oils and gums from the petals. The water used for soaking isn't ordinary, it's from a spring near the Seven Fragrances Garden, tasting of lime with high alkalinity. Additionally, grass and wood ash water are added. After soaking, the skin-comforting fragrance flower petals are taken outside to dry in the sun, becoming soft and gentle like cotton, serving as toilet paper. Making water tanks, buckets, and basins. Whether for printing and dyeing silk fabrics or soaking skin-comforting fragrance flower petals, water tanks are needed in the 1,000-year world. With water tanks come water buckets, and transplanting flowers and plants for decorating courtyards, water buckets are required. For washing faces, water basins are essential. So, how are water tanks, buckets, and basins made? Male celestial Lanbua and Tao Qian, along with female celestial Meiji and Weijie, are responsible for making these items. Meiji and Weijie go to the forest of the Crane Ridge and cut a diagonal opening in the bark of a tree, then insert a tube into it. A sticky liquid similar to milk continuously flows out, collected in a basin. This liquid is a type of glue with very strong adhesion. After collecting enough liquid, they move to another tree and repeat the process until the basin is full. This tree is called the silica gel tree, similar to the rubber tree on Earth, but its liquid doesn't solidify easily. It can be used like paint to coat walls with a brush. When it comes into contact with water, it solidifies, making it suitable for making water buckets and other items. Lanbua and Tao Qian cut bamboo into required lengths and sizes. Then they glue the pieces together using the silica gel sap collected by Meiji and Weijie. They also brush a little water onto the bamboo pieces to aid in bonding. This creates the side of the water basin. Next, they glue many small bamboo pieces together in a similar manner, cover them with silica gel sap, and then with a banana leaf that is strong, waterproof, and smooth, which is the root skin that wraps the main trunk of the banana plant. The two parts are bonded together as one, then cut into the desired circular shape and placed into a cylinder made of bamboo strips that are wider at the top and narrower at the bottom. Silicone tree sap is dripped around the edge, then brushed inside and out. After spraying water inside and out, the water basin is complete. Water tanks are made in the same way. When making a water bucket, holes are drilled at the top of two large bamboo strips beforehand. These strips are slightly longer than the others. Before bonding, they just place them symmetrically and insert a thick red willow stick into the holes of the bamboo strips. To create a colorful basin, plant pigments are extracted and added to the liquid from the silica gel tree. Making shoes. Making shoes in the 1,000-year world is the easiest thing. Celestial Bloom and Celestial Lima show us how. They go to the forest and cut the bark of a coconut tree that wraps around the trunk after its large leaves fall off. This bark, approximately 1 meter long and 50 centimeters wide, is extremely flexible and cannot be smashed or torn apart. Bringing the bark to their workshop, they draw lines on the bark based on the size of their feet, then cut out the soles and uppers with a knife. 2 or 3 layers of coconut bark are used for the soles, bonded together with silica gel tree liquid. After soaking until firm and drying in a cool place, a very comfortable pair of shoes is made. Making toothbrushes. Sorry, the Celestials in the 1,000-year world never brush their teeth. Why? Because they eat very bland food with little residue left in their teeth, and their food is created by the greatest creator and never processed. Therefore, their mouths always have a pleasant scent, and there's no mention of bad breath among them. Calculating the passage of time. Sorry again, the Celestials in the 1,000-year world never calculate time, including hours, days, and years. They have no concept of time, so why bother? Not calculating time doesn't mean there's no time. In the 1,000-year world, there's no need to worry about the passage of time. When I mention a Celestial's age, it's solely based on their appearance or physical features on Earth. So, does the 1,000-year world have a sense of a day passing? Yes, but it's not based on celestial movements, as it's difficult to perceive or calculate days that way. It's based on changes in the environment. Since it does not rain in the 1,000-year world, how do trees and plants survive and grow? Will they dry up? The answer is no. According to human time, approximately every 15 days, there's a period of water vapor transpiration in the environment, which forms clouds and fog. These clouds and fog contain a lot of water, and when they pass through an area, they wash the leaves and wet the ground. This period is considered a day in the 1,000-year world. Performance at the Chamber of Joy. In the 1,000-year world, the mode of production follows a system of non-ownership, where resources are shared and do not belong to any individual or group. There is no marriage, as stated in the teachings of Jesus Christ. In heaven, they neither marry nor are given in marriage. There is also no concept of romantic relationships or lovers due to the shared resources, which means there are no fixed partners for love or sexual relations. All relationships unfold naturally according to destiny. Because of the communal sharing of resources, there is neither private nor public ownership but rather a system of non-ownership. Consequently, there is no concept of adultery, extramarital affairs, or rape among men and women. Moreover, all celestial beings in the 1,000-year world possess exquisite and pure souls, and their words and actions always bring joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss to others. Everywhere is peaceful, warm, harmonious, and auspicious, with no issues of harm or conflict. The Chamber of Joy is a designated space for love, entertainment, romance, and sexual activities. In every village with around 100 celestial citizens, there is a dedicated Chamber of Joy. Female celestials in their mating season reside in the Chamber of Joy, and some non-mating female celestials willingly assist and care for those in their mating season, ensuring they can fully enjoy the pleasure of sexual activities. Any male celestial who wishes to engage in lovemaking and entertainment with a female celestial in her mating season is free to visit the Chamber of Joy and share in the delightful sexual experiences with the female celestials. The Chamber of Joy is regarded as a sacred haven, where sexual activities are viewed as sacred, noble, and pure. All celestial beings are entitled to enjoy the freedom and happiness of sexual activities, which is a shared value in the 1,000-year world. Consequently, Chamber of Joys are typically built in the most beautiful and serene environments, with the best facilities available. Here, individuals can engage in lovemaking, play, entertainment, and self-expression free from interference, taboos, worries, or fears. After attending the song and dance welcoming the celestials, Hori and Hai proceeded to watch the skills of the celestial beings at the 100 Craftsmen's workshop. Following this, Hai was accompanied by Yilong and Weijia, while Hori was accompanied by Budi and Solan, as they made their way to the Chamber of Joy. The Chamber of Joy, located on the edge of Crane Ridge's emerald slope near Yuezang Lake, the Chamber of Joy in Seven Fragrances Garden is surrounded by water on 3 sides and backed by Crane Ridge. The emerald slope is adorned with exotic flowers and grasses, amidst which colorful flowers are interspersed. Beyond lies the continuous cloud-piercing mountains and towering Crane Ridge, with pleasant weather, tranquility, elegance, and the fragrance of flowers and birdsong in the air. The water surrounding the Chamber of Joy connects to Yuezang Lake, clear and pure, with rippling waves. Waterfowl fly leisurely, fish swim freely. Along the lakeside, the willows droop gracefully, and the peach blossoms are hazy. Budi and Solan held Hori's hands on either side as they approached the Chamber of Joy, resembling 3 young girls, lively and joyful. At the Chamber of Joy center of the Chamber of Joy was a garden filled with blooming flowers and fluttering butterflies. Behind it were several clusters of bamboo swaying gently in the wind, with various small birds flying above, making nests, and chirping pleasantly, making one feel happy and comfortable. A winding corridor made of various vines meandered through the secluded path, leading to over 10 independent bamboo houses hidden among the peach blossoms. Choosing a bamboo house at random, Hori entered and found it to be bright, fresh, spacious, elegant, clean, and fragrant with a hint of celestial aura. The floor was paved with small, transparent, colorful pebbles the size of beans. Inside, there were large 4 celestial beds, curved chairs suitable for lovemaking, bamboo sofas, and rattan chairs. A large tea table was adorned with melons and fruits unique to the 1,000-year world, alongside a small bamboo vat filled with nourishing juice and a long-handled gourd ladle for convenient drinking. Booty asked Hori, "How do you like it, dear sister?" Hori kissed Booty's face affectionately and then embraced Soalan tightly, expressing her gratitude. "1,000 thanks in my heart, life is like a blooming flower. Even if I were to transform into countless billions of myself, it is difficult to express my gratitude." "Sister, let's go bathe now," Soalan suggested. "Let me introduce you. Every celestial who lives in the Chamber of Joy must first go to bathe upon arrival. The Chamber of Joy has a bath pool that can accommodate only 5 or 6 celestials bathing simultaneously. The bath pool is actually a small hot spring, rich in minerals. Bathing in it is like soaking in a bath solution, leaving the skin clean, refreshed, and even smoother and finer." The 3 celestial beings undressed in the room and proceeded naked to the bath pool in the backyard. Booty and Soalan, both around 200 years old, appeared as young maidens in their 20s on Earth. They were sharp, lively, and beautiful as flowers, adept at understanding emotions and possessing graceful manners that endeared them to the other celestial beings. On the other hand, Hori, over 400 years old, resembled a woman in her 40s on Earth, with a rich history of sexual experiences and a strong libido. As the 3 entered the bath pool, the water temperature was just right, offering a comfortable and soothing experience. Booty and Soalan tenderly caressed and washed Hori's entire body with their soft and delicate hands. Playful Booty then instructed Hori to lean her head on Soalan's shoulder and close her eyes, while she gently and delicately touched Hori's genital area, massaging her vulva, clitoris, labia, and perineum. Waves of mild spasms coursed through Hori's vagina, spreading pleasure and relaxation throughout her body. At that moment, the male celestial beings, Taii and Raji, quietly approached the bath pool. They had already disrobed in the room chosen by Hori. Upon seeing them, Booty and Soalan silently gestured to Taii and Raji to join them in the pool. Taii and Raji stealthily entered the pool and discreetly took the place of Booty and Soalan. Raji positioned Hori's head on his shoulder, gently caressing and supporting her buttocks with his hands, while Taii used his hands to tenderly touch and cleanse Hori's inner thighs and genital area. Hori was fully aware of these substitutions and actions but pretended not to notice. After a while, Raji gently pulled Hori towards him from behind, placing his hands on her breasts and softly massaging them. Raji's erect penis slowly rubbed against Hori's crotch from behind. Meanwhile, Taii submerged himself in the water, occasionally using his mouth to suck and lick Hori's labia. Feeling an increasing sense of comfort and arousal, Hori couldn't help but use her left hand to embrace Raji's neck. Raji seized the opportunity to kiss Hori's lips, first lightly licking her lips and then her teeth before their lips finally sealed together in a passionate kiss. Their tongues intertwined in a dance of intimacy and desire. At the same time, Hori used her right hand to lift Taii and gently stroke his penis, observing Hori's escalating pleasure. Booty and Soalan quickly washed Raji and Taii thoroughly. Once everyone had finished bathing, Taii lifted Hori in his arms and carried her out of the bath, followed closely by Raji, Booty, and Soalan, all heading back to the room. Taii gently placed Hori on the bed and stood beside her, gazing at her. He saw Hori's fair body exposed, her delicate bones and plump muscles, her emerald eyebrows and charming red lips, her flirtatious and coquettish eyes, her soft and lustrous skin like snow cotton, and her twin peaks rising like 2 mushroom clouds on the undulating plain. Her slender legs were slightly apart, and her pubic region was full and sexy like a rabbit. While Taii gazed at Hori, she also carefully observed him. She saw that Taii had strong muscles, developed chest muscles, a handsome face with sharp features, and eyes that were bright and clear, as if expressing infinite affection. Looking at his genitals, his erect penis was like a dragon ready to overturn the sea at any time, and his glans was huge, like a leopard waiting to pounce on its prey. Hori reached out a white jade hand to hold his penis, and a drop of glistening liquid oozed out of the glands. Taii leaned down and lightly bit Hori's ear, saying affectionately, "Dear sister, you are beautiful and tender, with infinite charm. Meeting you at the Seven Fragrances Garden, I have fulfilled my long-standing wish. Today, I am willing to do anything for you. Whatever you want me to do, as long as you like it. I am willing to enter the uterus from your vagina and sleep for 3 days, even if you eat me, I am willing. My dear baby, I'm burning down there, hurry up and let me taste it first, I can't stand it anymore." Hori said passionately. Hearing this, Taii crawled onto the bed and hugged Hori tightly with both hands. Their bodies pressed together, limbs entwined, skin touching intimately, the melding of water and milk, lips meeting, tongues entangled. Hori felt that her skin pores all over her body were crazily absorbing the warmth and energy from Taii's body, a swelling comfort. Taii nestled on Hori's soft jade body, feeling a delicate fragrance penetrating his skin, making his whole body smooth. Taii let his penis rub back and forth on Hori's labia from top to bottom. After rubbing for more than a dozen times, he felt the lubricating love fluid flowing out of the vagina. It was the right time, the flower buds bloomed. The glands touched the vaginal opening, and the penis gently entered the vagina further, and then plunged into the vagina with a jerk. A huge sense of satisfaction immediately spread all over the body to the heart. The love of life and gratitude for life erupted from every cell like a volcano, and at the same time, Hori let out an "ah," feeling that her vagina was full, and her pelvis seemed to be cracked. There was a little comfortable pain mixed with joy and satisfaction flooding her whole body. The whole body convulsed and tensed, and her sphincter tightened involuntarily, and her vagina tightly contained Taii's jade stem. This is like a long drought ending with a refreshing rain, or dry firewood igniting into a fierce flame. Sometimes, silence speaks volumes, far more eloquently than words. Taii tightly embraced Hori, their skin passionately kissing each other. Hori's body contorted as if attempting to escape Taii's all-encompassing embrace, yet her legs instinctively lifted and tightly wrapped around Taii's waist and hips. Taii's large, erect penis filled Hori's entire vagina, their combined love juices lubricating their intimate friction. Taii's thrusts varied from tender to wild, rational to savage, each penetration propelling them towards the pinnacle of ecstasy. With a high frequency of thrusting reaching about 2,000 times, Hori's legs gradually stiffened and came together, freed from encircling Taii's waist. Taii repositioned himself, holding Hori's waist with one hand while using the other to push the bed, moving Hori's lower body to its edge. Now on all fours, Hori's genitals rested on the bed's edge. With relentless energy, Taii thrust into and withdrew from Hori's vagina, culminating in a final sprint. A profound sense of pleasure surged within Hori, intensifying until she felt on the brink of an explosion. Pleasure radiated from her clitoris throughout her entire body as she moaned and cried out. Taii's penis plunged deeply, ejaculating like a rocket, its fluids mingling with Hori's inside her. Taii experienced a satisfaction and love for life that he had never known before. This satisfaction, love, and gratitude would transform into a huge love that would be released in the course of future life. Meanwhile, Hori felt as if the world had ceased to exist, leaving only comfort, beauty, pleasure, ecstasy, and extreme excitement. She felt as if she were floating in the boundless blue sky, merging with the light, surrounded by wonder, fascination, and tranquility. After an unknown length of time, Hori felt a soothing sensation as if her body was being gently massaged. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Booty and Sorlan, both naked, leaning over her, delicately sucking on her breasts with their mouths, and caressing her abdomen and legs with their hands. Her legs were spread apart, and Celestial Raji crawled down to her lower body, inserting his head into her crotch and licking her labia with his tongue. A feeling of happiness washed over her, and this continued for quite some time until she emerged from the intense sexual pleasure. Feeling a bit thirsty, Booty brought her a cup of nourishing juice, which she eagerly drank, feeling refreshed and energized. Watching as Celestial Raji tenderly and attentively licked her vagina, attention, a surge of desire, and a deeper internal drive rose within her. She raised her upper body, fondly stroked Raji's head with her hand, then turned over and lay on her stomach on the bed. Raj comprehended and leaned all over Hori's jade body, his penis sliding down Hori's thigh before entering her vagina and moving back and forth. Booty knelt beside them, massaging Hori's head, while Solan stood by the bed, massaging her feet. This continued for some time until a stronger, more intense sensation surged from Hori's clitoris. Suddenly, she flipped over and pressed Raji beneath her, kissing him frantically. Booty placed her hand on Hori's abdomen, lifting it gently, while Solan grabbed Raji's penis and aimed it at Hori's vagina. Hori pushed down, allowing the penis to enter her, and Raji's hips moved back and forth, allowing his penis to go in and out of her vagina. They continued to play around and change positions until the second eruption was about to happen. At that moment, Celestial Kasang and Yejuan quietly entered the room, and both of them appeared in front of them, shouting loudly, "Hi Sister Hori." Hori saw the handsome faces, strong physiques, well-developed muscles, and erect penises of the two Celestials, and a deep sense of joy overwhelmed her, making her whole body feel weak. Before Hori could respond, Kasang and Yejuan quickly approached her. They lifted her and placed her on a love chair, perfectly positioning her genital area to protrude high above, her waist tightly against the chair's bend, and her upper body slightly raised. At this moment, Hori was in a state of excitement. Celestial Booty and Solan continued to suckle on Hori's breasts, while Raji knelt by the edge of the chair, his hands caressing and pressing Hori's abdomen. Yejuan, first attached to Hori's legs, licked and sucked her labia and clitoris, then inserted his tongue inside, stirring it around, and finally sucked on her entire labia as if nursing like a baby. As Hori moved her lower body, Yejuan stood up, placed Hori's legs on his shoulders. Then aimed his penis at Hori's vagina, first let the semen overflowing from the glands moisten her vagina. He then inserted it, beginning a wild and vigorous thrusting like a storm. Hori felt a burning sensation, gradually entering a state of euphoria. Meanwhile, Kasang stood on the stools on either side of the love chair, and just lightly straddled Hori's neck, with both hands caressing Hori's head, causing his penis to move around Hori's lips. Suddenly, Hori grabbed Kasang's penis with both hands, opened her mouth, and wildly sucked it in, while everything below was also in a frenzy. A frenzy ensued, below, above, and in between. Gradually, Hori began to feel warmth, fullness, moisture, and strength, experiencing a dizzying, tearing pleasure as her blood boiled, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid, her entire body gradually stiffening. As Yejuan and Gaxiu ejaculated successively, she finally reached an extremely intense climax, feeling a steep peak of pleasure, and then soared to a soul-stirring vast plateau. Hori let out a hoarse "ah," and her whole body went limp, fainting away. She felt as though she was floating and drifting through an endless dream world. The vast universe exuded tranquility and serenity, brimming with boundless love in every aspect. Simultaneously wandering and standing still, she found herself unable to locate her essence yet acutely aware of her surroundings. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and everything felt blissful and perfect. It was akin to a new awakening in the commencement of life, where flawlessness and purity prevailed. This was more than mere euphoria, it was sheer ecstasy. Oh, the complete perfection of wisdom, and the boundless bliss of paradise. Everything appeared wondrous and beautiful. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she sang with elation. Hori beheld all the exquisite facets and life forms of the past and future. Every conceivable beauty transformed and transfigured through her consciousness, fulfilling her desires with infinite permutations, vast and unending. Ah, the Elysium World, the celestial islands continent, adorned with endless vistas gleamed resplendently, never ceasing to mesmerize. Meanwhile, as the celestial Elong and Weijiao led Hai to the chamber of joy, where they all experienced similar sensations, Hai's mischievous and wild nature led her to transport several male celestials to heavenly paradise. Let's examine one of these scenarios. The celestial Gaxiu lay quietly on the bed, while Hai straddled him. Lifting her buttocks slightly, she positioned her labia over Gaxiu's penis and forcefully sat down. Gaxiu let out a moan as a wave of intense pleasure washed over him. Hai moved her body vigorously, lifting and lowering, rotating, twisting, and swaying in all directions. Gaxiu's penis was rubbed in every direction, as Hai's youthful and energetic movements continued without pause. Finally, Gaxiu reached the height of pleasure, his body tensing as semen erupted from his penis. At that moment, Hai, with her profound wisdom, held time still at the climax of Gaxiu, ushering him into the same state of blissful realm experienced by Hori. At the sublimating garden. In the blink of an eye, Hai and Hori had spent 3 days, equivalent to about 45 days in human time, in Seven Fragrances Garden. On this particular day, the revered figure, Beijian, convened around 300 celestial citizens at the sublimating garden, situated in the heart of Seven Fragrances Garden. This center served as a tranquil natural garden where celestial citizens often strolled leisurely. In its midst lay a grassy expanse, lush and verdant like a thick carpet. Beijian sat on a bamboo chair at the center, encircled by the attentive celestial assembly seated on the grass. Beijian began his discourse. The universe knows no bounds, and time and space stretch infinitely. Above lies heaven, below lies the human world, and we reside in between. Time, though radiant, passes swiftly, granting us but a millennium. Let us express gratitude to the greatest Creator for the gift of our abode. Let us cherish life, fostering longevity and blessings. Let envy and greed find no place among us. Let us foster mutual affection, thereby exemplifying true benevolence and beauty. Let us nurture a love for nature, recognizing the preciousness of life, and refraining from harm. Let the completeness of our nature be our aim, for in it lies boundless ecstasy and fulfillment. All aspects of existence are in the Tao, and we should follow the Tao and its wondrous nature. Simplicity and humility are the children of Tao, exhibiting the form of petals and the innocence of children. They are soft and peaceful, embodying the essence of Tao. Let arrogance be shunned, akin to harmful vermin, and let scheming thoughts find no foothold, lest they unleash endless tribulations. Eschew the pursuit of magic arts and divergent paths. Instead, tread the path of simplicity and ordinariness, for therein lies the supreme path, revealing our true nature, and therein lies true happiness. Let gratitude and appreciation abound, for therein lies boundless happiness. Let our words and deeds be beacons of celestial virtue, lest delusion lead us astray and relegate us to the human realm, where confusion knows no bounds, and even the slightest deviation casts us into the realm of beasts. Let adherence to my teachings be our guide, propelling us towards ascension, wherein we shall first experience 10,000 years of joy, and thereafter bask in eternal bliss. Envision celestial realms, resplendent with wonder and delight. Where consciousness is orderly, the realm of bliss is attained. In all things, structure is the core. With a radiant soul, the structure is luminous. The luminous structure emits a fragrant aura. In the pursuit of extreme benevolence and beauty lies the path to celestial realms. Beijian's discourse spanned a full hour, though it felt as though an entire day had passed. The 300 celestial listeners were enraptured, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. A serene and pure atmosphere enveloped them, suffused with the promise of a radiant future, filled with love and gratitude, as if they had entered a realm of sublime wonder. The narration of The Second Glimpses of the Thousand-Year World ends here. We are the obstacle preventing ourselves from going to heaven. Xiefeng. October 21, 2023. Translation edited by Chino. While most people yearn for the heavenly life, only a few tread the path towards it. Many factors constrain our journey to heaven, but the true obstacle blocking our way is ourselves. Firstly, the vision of heaven in our consciousness is vague. Our imagination of heavenly scenes is often reversed. For example, believing that heaven is filled with gold and silver jewelry, magnificent palaces, and reunions with all blood relatives, and do whatever one wants, etc. Is this heaven? Of course not. This is merely a reflection of the desires and greed of ordinary people in their consciousness. Without a clear goal, wishes cannot be fulfilled. Therefore, understanding the scenes of heavenly life clearly is the first step towards heaven. For example, when craving a delicious beverage, it's essential to clearly specify its ingredients. If you go to a 5-star hotel and say to the waiter, "I want a very delicious beverage, can you provide a very delicious beverage?" Of course not, because very delicious is only a personal feeling. You simply do not know what this very delicious beverage is: tea, coffee, fruit juice, champagne, milkshake, coconut milk, reishi mushroom soup, mineral water, opium watermelon juice. You cannot explain clearly, so the hotel cannot provide it. If I tell you that there are no countries, religions, political parties, organizations, marriages, families, private properties, money, official positions, no distinctions between people, no crimes, laws, courts, precepts, rules and regulations, no police, soldiers, civil servants, government institutions, abundant resources, no worries about food, clothing, shelter, transportation, no safety concerns, no administrative orders in heaven, do you believe it? Have you ever imagined it? Now, let's look at ourselves. Can we do it? For example, not getting married, not acquiring private property, not participating in any religious, political, or organizational activities, not establishing any special emotional or interest relationships with anyone. Can we do just these 4 things? If we can't, of course, we cannot go to heaven because our consciousness does not meet the standards. These 4 things, regardless of the country or era, can be completely decided by ourselves. Can we do it? Therefore, what obstructs our journey to heaven is not external factors but ourselves. We simply cannot resist the temptations of money, power, status, fame, and beauty. Our beliefs are not firm enough to withstand the external pressures and setbacks. Since 2009, I've replicated the lifestyle of the 1,000-year world on Earth, creating what we call the second home. Those living in the second home have savored the sweet taste of heavenly life. However, despite heavenly life being accessible on Earth for over a decade, few are eager to embrace it. What does this signify? Heaven has come knocking at our doorsteps, so why are people hesitant to enter? The underlying reason lies in our inadequate understanding and inability to meet the standards of heavenly living. In truth, once an individual's mind becomes clear and resolute on the path to heaven, no external force can impede them, not even the devil. What truly obstructs our journey to heaven is ourselves. Our entrenched beliefs, outdated consciousness, selfishness, and stubborn attachment to our egos and viewpoints serve as the barriers and resistance on our path to heaven. The Thousand-Year World. Xiefeng. The location, size and process of entering the Thousand-Year World. Starting from the Earth, it takes us about 16 minutes time, the negative universe speed, about 960 light-years, to reach the Thousand-Year World. Its size is about 10 times that of the Earth. At the moment when the flesh body dies and human consciousness disappears, another consciousness is born. Suddenly you will have the feeling of weightlessness, or floating. In fact, you are now in the space tunnel where you don't have fear. Instead, you have the pleasant, easy and wonderful feelings. You see no object, just the beams of color lines running backward. When you are about to reach the Thousand-Year World, you can dimly see there is a colorful bridge in the distance. At the moment when you see the colorful bridge, you will lose your consciousness again and fall into the sleep. When you regain your consciousness, you will first hear attractive celestial music. You open your eyes and find yourself lying in the arms of fairy with the kindly people cheering around you. They are celebrating your birth, which means you are in the Thousand-Year World. The geography in the Thousand-Year World. There are 5 continuous ridges in the Thousand-Year World with their height above 10,000 meters. There are more than 8,800 independent mounts with their height between 3,000 and 6,000 meters. There are 10 large rivers flowing into the vast and flat lake, which is greatly fertile. In this vast and flat lake, there are almost 100,000 islands. There are no deserts, Gobi deserts, or seas. Everywhere you can see the mountain streams, falls and lakes. Climate and plants. The light in the Thousand-Year World comes from the distant planets. There is no sun, no day and night difference, or no shadow. The temperature is almost stable. The sky is blue dotted with clouds, which change colors when floating and produce rich imaginations. There is no rainfall, snowfall, thunder, or lightning. There is often the cloud and mist with mild temperature. There are numerous types of plants, including the straight pine trees standing several hundred meters and the yellowwood with the tree crown covering a football court. The trees are everywhere on the mountains, islands, plains and canyons. They are not dense but green all the year. The flowers are blossoming all the time. A certain kind of flower can keep changing its color and give out different fragrance. The plants in the Thousand-Year World grow very slowly. It takes a leaf 3 years, birth time, to grow up into its normal size. It takes a pear 10 years to be mature. The life longevity of all animals and plants are 10 times of that of the animals and plants on the Earth. The average human life longevity is 100 years on the Earth, the average figure considering the future. However, the people in the Thousand-Year World will live 1,000 years in average. That's why it is called the Thousand-Year World. Animals and insects. There are hundreds of thousands of types of lands, air, aquatic and ground insects in the Thousand-Year World. But there is no meat-eating animal or reptile there. So you can never see the lions, wolves or foxes. Nor can you see the snakes or the lizards. The grass-eating animals have poor fertility. Of the insects, there are no fly, mosquito, bug, flea, or centipede. The food chain is different from that on the Earth. The most brutal is the bird that eats the worms. 3. Human society structure and life. The people in the Thousand-Year World mainly include 1. The local people, 2. The law violators from the 10,000-year world, and 3. The Earth people who have boasted perfect human nature after self-refinery and self-improvement. The Thousand-Year World has no class society, no wealth gap, no concept of nations, no competition, no conflict, no war, no theft or robbery. However, there is a management class there. There is no modern industry, agriculture, or livestock. There is no city or rural area. But there are numerous games here. The only work is to build the roads, boats and houses, raise the silkworms, weave the cloth and make the clothing. Because there is no rainfall, snowfall, cold weather, hot weather, day or night, the house structure is different from that on the earth. The people saw the wood with the rope made of a plant fiber. The wood of the houses is soft and easy to process. The roof is made by the large leaves of a solid plant. The wall is made of the dense red salix. The yard in front of the house is made by the unique flowers, grass and stones of all forms. The clothing is woven with very thin dyed silk. People wear this kind of light woven clothing, showing the celestial nature. The people living in the 1,000-year world don't eat meat. Their main food is the fruit, melon and half-mature cereal. Their drinks are made of the tea-like leaves soaked in the water together with honey. There are all year-round fruits and melons here. Because the total population is less than 200 million, 90% of the fruits and melons are eaten by the animals, birds and insects. The people in the 1,000-year world do not get married. So there is no clan or family here. They live in a society similar to the maternal society in some nations on the earth. People love each other quite randomly. They don't have frequent sex life as the earth people do. People only have 3 or 4 heat periods in a year. The women have low fertility and only have 1 or 2 kids in their life. Few women will have 3 kids. The labor of the men is mainly to build roads, houses and boats, while the women mainly look after the kids, raise the silkworms and weave the silk and cloth. 4. Ideology and values. Because they have the different objective existence from that on the earth, the people have different perceptions, feeling, thinking and other psychological activities from those on the earth. They don't have class, oppression, exploitation, wealth gap, political factions, religions, or struggling. The mentality of the people is in constant peace. There is no such thing as the morals on the earth, no sense of factional conflicts or getting the upper hand. Everything is natural and instinctive. There is no jealousy. There is no need to run a plant, shop, restaurant, or hotel. The greatest fun of the people is to attend the collective work followed by games and tourism. The supreme law is to avoid private ownership or waste. For instance, if you love a woman and want to take her, hinder her freedom and prevent her from having affairs with other men, you are violating the law. If you eat half of a pear and throw away the left half, you are wasting and violating the law. The biggest punishment for the violation is to prevent you from the collective work. The final retribution is that you will be downgraded to the mortal world after you live and die 1,000 years later. You will begin your sufferings in the new cycle of life as an earth person. 5. Others. There is no congenital disease, infectious disease, or the disease caused by the food or labor. There is no psycho-disease caused by the tight human relationship or supply shortage. The people only die from the old age, not for any other reasons. There is no air crash, no traffic accident, no snake biting, shark attacking, no fighting, and no falling down the cliff. They reach their adolescent period when they are 100 years old. The youth lasts from 100 and ends at over 700. The self-refinery period lasts between 700 years till death. It is also the period when they begin to participate in the management of the 1,000-year world. People in the 1,000-year world know about the earth and its people. 6. Conclusion. The 1,000-year world is one with truth, goodness, and beauty. It is a world of love, peace, happiness, and the upgraded human nature. Undoubtedly, anyone with perfect human nature can go there because there is no quota. A glance at the 1,000-year world. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. Mount Butterfly in the Lotus Mountains is breezy and shrouded in mist with wind that soughs through the pines. Flowers spread across the mountainside and vie with each other for glamour. Down to the foot of the mountain, orchards and fields grow aromatic fruits where a clear stream meanders through Cuckoo Valley, past Grace River, and finally joins Ripple Lake. 39 celestials, 22 females, 15 males, and 2 children, reside under Mount Butterfly. Not far away, Sakura Island is inhabited by another group of celestials. Crossing over Fragrant Hill and walking along Sesame Slope for about 30 miles, Lush Highland will be found, home to more than 200 celestials. Approximately 300 celestials in total live in these three places within 200 miles of each other. Today, after Jade woke up, she dressed in a light blue skirt made of transparent silk and walked out of her house. High in the azure, birds soared over the clouds and silver waterfalls fell from the green of Mount Butterfly in a symphony of nature. In the forecourt, flowers were in bloom, the fullest of which were peach blossoms. Their pink petals were arranged in layers, 18 beige stamens stretched out from the center where bees searched for nectar. Along the stone path and through several rockeries, Jade came to the mulberry garden while holding a willow basket. She was surrounded immediately by a huang and lotus. "You must have enjoyed a good sleep last night. Was your lover good?" The two joked and chuckled. Jade tried to catch a huang in mock irritation, but the two ran away, so she chased after them. The three fairies chased one another while laughing in the garden until Jade caught Lotus and gently pinched on her peachy cheeks. They pinched each other's bodies in fun. A huang kissed Jade's cheek in chaos and asked naughtily, "Is this how your lover kissed you?" The kissed one held a huang in her arms and answered with more kisses on her red lips, "That's it." Having played enough, they began plucking mulberry leaves and returned when the basket was full. Jade was growing silkworms in 3 bamboo baskets of 3 square meters each, with each accommodating about 1,000 silkworms. She distributed mulberry leaves evenly into them. When silkworms climbed up onto the leaves, she would shake the baskets gently, silkworm excrement would leak through the basket bottom, and she would sweep it into a fine wicker dustpan and bury it at the roots of the flowers. Jade was about to rest after feeding her silkworms when she heard someone trotting over. It was the lovely little 6-year-old, Long. He had inherited fine features from his mother, Ray. He gasped, "Aunt, Mom said the melons are ripe, come and have a taste." Jade replied, "I'll go there, shall we go together," and took Long's tiny hand. They left the courtyard. As they stepped across a bridge over a stream, Long asked, "Aunt, grasses are green by the river beneath the bridge, flowers are blossoming in spring, all beings are as sentient as my beauty, though the world is created in holographic order." "What does sentience mean?" Jade said, "It means that the river, flowers, stars, breeze, melons, birds, and everything else can feel, like your mom and me." "Who taught you the lines?" "Uncle Mock. He and Uncle Bennett teach me a lot. Do you want me to recite some?" Long began reciting verses immediately. Boundless and infinite. Without distance or space. Only the holographic order. An inspiration seized by heart. The world is so clear to be understood. Walking and chatting, Jade and Long came to a forest of lush bamboos and fresh shoots. The rustling of bamboos and songs of yellow warblers echoed deeply. It seemed that the forest was little known to the outside world and only the sound of nature could be heard. Out of bamboo forest, a vast plain extended before their eyes where distant hills dissolved into mist. The breeze was gentle and the sun was warm. On verdant plain, spotted deer strolled and swans fluttered. Heading toward the direction of flute music and dancing where the melon fields laid, Jade paced up with Long. They had nearly arrived when Ray shouted, "Jade, hurry up. Today is the Melon Festival, let's celebrate it." Ray had actually gathered everyone. In addition to 39 fairies from Mount Butterfly, they had 6 guests from Sakura Island, and Meta and Kin from Lush Highland. In the field, Ling, Sang, Bar, Moi, Chiron, and Hai were picking melons. They were yellow and green in color, round and plump in shape, and very inviting. While Meta from Lush Highland was dancing and guests were all drawn to her tantalizing moves with her well-curved shape and the flutter of her orange dress, Kin was singing aloud to Meta's dance, "Ripe fruits and melons await their harvest, mulberry leaves wait for picking, and Meta in the melon field waits for love." Equals 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 equals. The truth is that Meta was in estrus and she glowed with youth. Every natural move of her dance was sensual and captivating. Her thick dark hair, touching eyes, and pink face were perfectly appealing. After the music, everyone ate the sweet and crispy melons. Then Ray announced, "Today is special. Everyone, stop building bridges, paving roads, collecting honey, trimming orchards, and making clothes. These melons have been grown for 3 years since I planted the seeds from Peach Village of Birdsong Mountain. Enjoy them. The melons will induce your saliva and refresh you, and their pleasant impression can last for 10 days. In addition, Meta from Lush Highland is looking for her love. Gentlemen, show your best." Ray's words drew great applause. Girls circled and started the mulberry leaf-picking dance while boys performed the bridge dance from within their circle. Qin was at the center of the circle and he lifted Meta up to sit on his shoulders. The beautiful seeker of love allowed her soft dress to cover Qin's head, and Qin spun around, holding her calves so that she could choose a lover from the crowd. Boys came to court Meta assiduously and implied their strength and tricks by dancing. Standing by the scene, 3 celestials accompanied the dancers with flutes, pine, river, and cloud. They were about 800 years old and the dancing continued until their music ceased. The next game was composing verses. Whoever's verses expressed Meta's feelings best would be the one that she would have. Meta started the game with her verses. Waves run high in the vast lake. Twin peaks rise above the earth. Seeds sprout in a dense forest. But a duet still lacks the other instrument. Sang from Mount Butterfly composed. Sang River flows silently all year long. Snow melts on the high hill. Swans visit the ravine. I play music to build the rainbow bridge. Rice from Sakura Island sang. Rosy clouds appear over the hill, where an exotic flower is up high. Clouds soar with strong wind in the sky. Thundering and lightning dance to climax. Becky from Mount Butterfly said, 1,000-year golden fir is in bud. A fountain in peace is to flow. The surge will reach the depth of the sea. The temple of gods is splendid as a flower. Chiswa from Mount Butterfly stepped forward, he bowed and sang. I row with a paddle across Double Peak Valley. Get wet passing the jungles. Rising hills and streams appear. I find my way back and forth and reach heaven. Raisin from Sakura Island smilingly sang in an unhurried manner. Endless springtime. The plum has blossomed for times to sing merrily and dance gracefully. Even the leafless ironwood can turn the world upside down with its charm. All the guests from Mount Butterfly and Sakura Island, excepting Pine and River, finished their turns. Meta had been limp and soft as a noodle, no one knew who she chose. Ray came to the scene. Ray was more than 600 years old. She was considerate, sophisticated, and respected. She smiled and said, Jade, take Meta to your room to rest. Everyone else, come to Entertainment Garden. Pine will lecture, then we will guess riddles, play hide-and-seek and tell stories. Equals. Everyone headed toward Entertainment Garden delightedly. Ray spoke privately with Sang, Becky, Chiron, Chiswa, and Baong respectively, and then left along with other celestials. Here come 2 flowers, let's go to the first one, Entertainment Garden. Entertainment Garden had been built up for more than 30,000 years. It has a square in the center, surrounded by 300 stone benches arranged in circles and covered with soft mats. Tree bonsai, rock bonsai, and flower bonsai are placed between them. Around the square is the clear, blue ring lake. Within the lake, grotesque coral reef-like rockeries are embedded with emeralds and mosses. There are also reeds, evergreens, calla lilies, egg bamboo leaves, wandering Jews, aloe, sea onions, hibiscus palms, lotuses, gem flowers, bamboo begonias, scarlet kaffir lilies, variable leaf wood, chamomile, fairy pens, and other plants and flowers. All kinds of small fish shuttle in the lake and above them, mandarin ducks, red-crowned cranes, spotted ducks, gulls, kingfishers, egrets, herons, white-tailed sea carvings, and larks swim or fly. On the periphery of Ring Lake is a flag path beside a garden where thyme, globe amaranths, yulon, bauhinias, forsythias, rhododendrons, pomegranates, banana scrubs, gardenias, jasmines, hibiscus mutabilis, camellia, cymbidium, hyacinth, tulips, violets, vinca, peonia, tuberose, marigold, peonies, and roses are blooming. Outside the garden, hundreds of rockeries with exquisite layouts, upon which creepers, ivy, and night willow herbs are coiled. It's a fun place to play hide-and-seek. Pine sat upright in the center of the square. His hair was white, but he was in good health with sharp ears and eyes. Male and female celestials sat on stone benches, casually listening to Pine talk about Tao. The universe is boundless while life is evergreen. Modesty and gratitude will perpetuate the water source of life. Follow your heart and gain a tacit understanding. Experience both the ego-absent realm and the ego-involved realm. One should empty their mind before entering the higher-level space. Act in accordance with your nature. Never admire luxury or possess even a needle. Seize the day and always remain vigilant. Mortals suffer a lot because of their possessions. We celestials must never act like them. The 10,000-year world is close at hand. Concentrate on self-cultivation, never ruin your future. After listening to Pine's preaching for some time, attentively, male and female celestials felt refreshed, energized, pure, and enlightened. The next game was guessing riddles. Hai stood up first and proposed a riddle. Both ends are curved like carrying poles. It is not used for carrying water or rice. It is like a flat ground from east to west. It is always covered with emerald green moss. Beverin from Sakura Island immediately stood up and said, "It is a bridge." Hori, a female celestial, stood up and proposed a riddle. "It is black and dark and even 18 cattle can't pull it." Silence, a male one, shouted, "It's a cave." Yovan, who looked girlish, stood up smartly, cleared his throat, and proposed a riddle. "There is a unique cave on the hillside. It is usually closed and has a seam. If it is stirred by a peak, the brushes on both sides will drip with water." Hearing the riddle, everyone was stunned at first but then roared with a laughter that echoed to the clouds. The riddle game lasted for a while longer. After that, they told stories and played hide-and-seek. Laughter, joy, and happiness abounded. Equals. Meta from Lush Highland followed into Jade's bright and spacious room. Her walls, doors, and roof were made of bamboo and her silk curtains floated in the wind. Outside her rear window was the picturesque land of splendors, where red-crowned cranes dancing trippingly, sweet flowers, and tweeting birds can only be described by one word, beautiful. Several bamboo deck chairs lined her room. Her wide bamboo bed was covered with several layers of mats knitted with fragrant milkweeds as thin as threads. The mats emitted a refreshing fragrance. It was soft and comfortable to lie upon. The pillow made of flexible lotus roots was yellowish and elegant. Jade knew that Meta could not hold it at that moment, so she patted on Meta's plump hips and left. Due to their life structures, women in the 1,000-year world generally had no sex lives. Their menstrual cycles were different from those of mortals, only occurring once every 3 months. A few days before their cycles would end were their estrus periods, so they desired intimacy only 3 or 4 times per year. That which flows constantly will form a small murmuring stream, but that which does not will accumulate and become a reservoir. It is quiet when closed, but after the gate opens, waves will surge and uncontrollable billows will dash against the sky that cannot be resisted by self-control. Meta was on the edge of such an explosion at that moment. Men in the 1,000-year world were completely different from women. They could display their elegant demeanor at any time and control their lust totally. Without external stimulus, they had no desire, but when teased by women during their estrus, would gallop on the grasslands like runaway wild horses. In addition, celestials in the 1,000-year world enjoyed excellent lifelong health and thus did not suffer from emotional distress or psychological burdens. There were various recreational and physical activities, so women were soft as cotton, highly energetic, dynamic, and attractive, while men were physically strong, muscular and powerful, and full of vital essence and vigor. Equals. Meta sat on pins and needles and felt anxious. There was an overwhelming potential energy inside her body that was ready to explode but failed to find its outlet. At that very moment of her unbearable thirst, Becky came into view. At the sight of Becky's big, tall, and muscular physique, and sparkling eyes, Meta jumped onto him like a hungry tiger. Becky put his arms around Meta's waist and spined his body at his convenience while Meta used her legs to step onto his hips and hooked his waist with her feet. Becky held Meta in his arms tightly. They kissed madly with their lips stuck together like glue. Meanwhile, Meta's middle part made reciprocating motions back and forth like a hungry bird opening its mouth to take food from its mother's throat. Her plump labia and valley were rubbed firmly against his hot love rod. With uncontrollable excitement, after rubbing about 50 times, a stream of clear liquid flowed out of her vulva and nourished her surrounding parts. Just at that moment, Becky squeezed into her temple of God with his penis along her seam flowing with clear liquid. Meta suddenly had a full feeling inside as if her pelvis would split, a current flowed through her body and an unbearable pleasure was beating inside her. Becky held Meta and went to her bedside. Meta was in a supine position on the bed with her feet on the ground while Becky moved rapidly. Meta closed her eyes and ignored the raging wind. Meta felt swelling, limp, and numb, pain, smoothness, warmth, fullness, wetness, and energy. It seemed a wonderful electric wave radiated from the center point between her legs to every cell and corner. Meta tightened her body. Her flexible tendons of legs, feet, hands, and other parts were stiff like reinforcing steel bars after an electric shock. The gate had opened and the flood poured out along it. Short of breath, she felt extremely excited and wonderful. It was like flying, a volcanic explosion, and cracking and bursting fireworks. Opening the gate was just a prelude. Becky opened the gate and extinguished his fire, little by little. For Meta, opening the gate was far from enough and she wanted to drain out the reservoir after months of accumulation. If anything was left, it would be very unbearable for her in the following days, so more wonderful, graceful, unrestrained, lewd, dissolute, winding, and pleasurable plots were staged with the arrival of Sang, Raisin, Chiron, Chiswa, and Baong one after another. These stories are omitted because mortals cannot morally bear for them to be described. This has only been a limited glimpse of the 1,000-year world with its own lifestyle and morals which we cannot imagine. We will experience more detailed scenarios as our thinking deepens, our consciousness improves, and our life structure advances. The 10,000-year world. Xiefeng. In the distant space about 58 minutes away from the Earth, the negative universe speed, about 3,480 light-years, there is a beautiful planet, the 10,000-year world. The planet is about 16 times larger than the Earth. It doesn't rotate. Instead, it just moves slowly in the rotary river system. It has 16 small sun satellites surrounding it and hanging in the universe with equal distances among them. These 16 satellites with extremely high density respectively give out light waves with different frequencies, dividing the 10,000-year world into 16 zones with different colors. Each zone has its own feature. The growth ways of its plants and animals, the ecological structure and climate differs from each other. Interestingly, one of its satellites, suns, emits the black light with the heat. The zone it covers is in eternal night. Part of the animals, plants, insects and stones in this zone has their own different colors. Standing on the mountain in this zone, you can see the mountains, rivers and skies shining splendidly, just like you are standing on the top of the skyscrapers and enjoying the household lights in the city. On the side of the night zone is the scene of eternal dawns. You can see the charming dawn clouds and the misty horizon producing the mysterious scenes. On the other side is the eternal evening scene. The attractive evening clouds change constantly. Beside the dawn zone is the morning scene. Here the sun is always rising above the horizon, the birds are singing, the morning dews are like crystals, the mountains, forests and streams are filled with the energy of life. The air is always fresh with fragrance. You cannot help but admire for the scenes from the bottom of the heart and say, how beautiful life is. Across the night zone is the eternal noon with the sun shining all the time, clouds hanging in the sky, comfortable breeze and cool weather, the blossoming flowers, flying birds, fragrant grass and trees, and abundant fruits, looks prosperous and flourishing. In the 10,000-year world, there are numerous rivers and 16 seas having the same size with the Pacific. The crystal-like sea waters, the abrupt mountains, the fairy scenes, the clouds, the old trees, the falls, the streams, the flowers, small lakes and ponds constitute the attractive landscapes. In the lakes, ponds and streams, you can see the swimming ducks and mandarin ducks, the playing partridges, the dancing cranes and lotus, the swinging water grass, the jumping frogs, the swirling dragonflies, and the swarming fish, enjoying their life in the nature. There is rainfall in all the territory of the 10,000-year world. However, there is no hail or snow. Sometimes there is thunder, lightning and wind. The people actually should be called as celestial beings, living here live a completely different life from the earth people. They are all naked and capable of flying on the clouds. They have no sex life and no concept of marriage. The female celestial beings don't give birth, have no family or clan. The people living in the 1,000-year world build roads, boats, weave cloth and silk. However, the people in the 10,000-year world do not engage in labor. They don't live in the houses. Instead, they live in the hermits' abodes of all kinds. Their main food is the melons and fruits such as pear. In the journey to the east, the monk Tang and his apprentices passed by the Wuzhuang temple of the Zhenyuan celestial being at the Mount Wanshou. The fruit they ate there is called the ginseng fruit. The people living in the 10,000-year world drink the stream water. They don't have private property. Apart from the meditation and silent practice, they would go out touring for the attractive scenes. There is no management here. Everything is peaceful, quiet and elegant. The plants and animals in the 10,000-year world grow even more slowly than those in the 1,000-year world. They blossom every 3,000 years and bear fruit in another 3,000 years. The average life longevity of the celestial beings is 35,000 years. The beards of some elderly celestial beings even touch the ground. The young celestial beings have the delicate skin like lotus. They die in a sitting posture, just as the Buddhists do. After death, their bodies will become a column of light smoke floating away. The living celestial beings will not grieve over the death. The dead celestial beings would go to one of the 4 worlds. Those who have never had the worldly thought will enter the Elysium World. Those who have had the worldly thought, after they die, will have the column of smoke gathering and taking form again, starting another cycle of life in the 10,000-year world. Those who have often had the worldly thought will be degraded into the 1,000-year world. Those who have had the worldly 1,000 and put it into the practice will be degraded to the mortal world. The worldly thought refers to the desire for the power, wealth, family life, sexual intercourse, private property in the mortal world. It also refers to the grief, hatred and jealousy. The celestial beings in the 10,000-year world look like the descendants of the hybrids between the Eastern and Western people. They are extremely beautiful and handsome. There are no handicapped or ugly people here. Their average height seems to be 180 centimeters. Just like the mortal world, the lady celestial beings are smaller than the male celestial beings. The 10,000-year world can hold more than 10 billion celestial beings. But at present the population there is only a little bit more than 100 million. It is just like the earth with only 6 million people. So if you can make diligent self-improvement as the Taoists do, you all have a bright future. Those who love their families, the opposite sex, motherland, work, wealth, and position, and those who like watching TV, listening to the radio, surfing the internet, driving the limousines, reading, living in the luxury villas, fighting against the people, heaven or earth, are not able to enter the 10,000-year world because there is no such thing there. The process of entering the 10,000-year world is, after the flesh bodies die, the spiritual body, actually your body is complete with all organs and tissues, enters the space tunnel. You feel weightless. Flying on the clouds, you have great pleasure and joy. In less than an hour, the negative universe speed, you will see a colorful life bridge. After getting on the bridge, you will change into a column of smoke and lose your consciousness for the moment. When you come to yourself again, you will resume your body form. Now you have entered the 10,000-year world. The people in the 10,000-year world can clearly remember their former cycle of life, knowing about the 1,000-year world and the mortal world. Some inspirations for those who intend to do self-improvement in the 10,000-year world. For the endless years we must refine ourselves and never seek fame or wealth. Do good deeds every day, you can live longer. Engage in meditation, you will get protection from the celestial beings. The empty space is not empty. The true color is colorless. The intangible is tangible. The yin and yang, and the positive and negative exists in the unity of the opposites. The celestial world is remote, but it can be reached instantly. Eat the sun essence and drink the moon tenet. Do this for long and you can build your celestial body. Live simple, you get the support from the celestial beings. Live practical, you will reach the Tao. The body is dynamic while the heart is static. Your life is limitless once you ignore the wealth and authority. Believe it or not, the heaven mystery is easy to be known. Elysium World. Xiefeng. The 1,000-year world and the 10,000-year world is part of the positive universe. From the perspective of the materials, they are the objective existence. They can be seen and touched. All the objects in them have life longevity. The Elysium world is part of the negative world and everything there is fantasy. In the Elysium world, time almost disappears. All the objects exist by nature, instead of by the form. Sometimes they, based on their needs, can change into a certain form temporarily. But when they exist by nature, they are eternal. The Elysium world is the Western Elysium world in Buddhism. They are also called the Buddha land and Buddha state. Where is the Elysium world? It just lies in the Earth universe. Then how big is it? It has the same size as the Earth universe, including the micro-universe and macro-universe. We can understand that the Elysium universe is located millions of billions of light years away. And everything around us, including ourselves, is also in the Elysium world. As far as the dream is concerned, the space in the dream is the negative space. So what's the size of the dream of each person? No one can answer this question because the size of the dream world is determined on the dreamer's perception, experience, the degree of spiritual nature and the thinking ability. The more perception and experience we have, the purer our spiritual nature and the more capable our thinking is, the large size our dream world will have. Some people can see the Buddha, God, sun, and rainbow in their dreams. Some people can fly on the clouds, the 1,000-year world or the 10,000-year world with colors in their dreams. These dreams mean they have very pure spiritual nature. However, some people can never have such dreams in their life. The scenes in the dreams of some people are the same as the real human society because they have low thinking ability. Some people can solve the problems in their dreams that can never be resolved in the reality because they have deeper perception and experience. The Elysium is similar to the dream worlds because they are all the negative spaces. Whether or not we can perceive it and enter it, and how deep we can enter it depend on ourselves. To enter the dream, we rely on our perception, experience, and spiritual nature degree in thinking ability. To enter the Elysium world, we rely on our Buddhist nature, without which we can never do it. Most of the things imagined in our brains are true realities because the human brain is part of the universe. They are the reflections of the universe, just like any cell and blood in the human body can reflect his entire look. The human brains can not only reflect the positive space, but also the negative space. From the perspective of the negative space, the humans cannot imagine the whole look of the universe even if their imagination is extremely rich and vast. Now let's come to the Elysium world. Everything of the Earth universe belongs to the Elysium world. Then can we see the Earth where we live in the Elysium world? My answer is yes and no at the same time. We can because the Earth does exist in the Elysium world. We cannot because the Earth we see from the perspective of the Elysium world is different from what we humans know about the Earth. So can we see the Earth people from the Elysium world? The answer is also yes and no at the same time. We can because of the existence of human beings. We cannot because the people in the Elysium world do not have our looks and appearances. For example, what can we see in the dark night? We can see nothing except the luminous bodies. But does it mean nothing exists in the dark night simply because we cannot see them? No, they do exist. We can't see them because we do not have the ability to see them at night. We can only see the fireflies shining in the night, but we cannot see their entire bodies. Can we say the fireflies have no heads or wings because we can't see them? Definitely not. We can't see the running rats in the field in the dark night. But the owls can. Does it mean the owls have special functions? No. That's because the eyes of the owls have different retina structure from that of the humans. The eyes of many animals look the same as ours. But at night their eyes are shining green. In special circumstances, the objects have special expression forms. In the polar nights and polar light, the human eyes can see nothing. But it doesn't mean nothing exists there. In the Elysium world, the existence form of the Earth and the human beings are different from our realities. In reality, we don't see much difference between the humans. But seen from the Elysium world, the difference between humans is great. Some people almost have no form. Some people show up as a column of dim light. Some people appear as a column of red light. Some people show up in red colors with different height of light columns because the people have different mass or nature. The mass is a spiritual nature which is formed at birth and consolidated in the enduring and persistent belief, or the so-called self-refinery in self-improvement. The long-time self-improvement can change the people's mass. The enduring self-deterioration can also change the people's mass. The existence form of life is various and weird. In each person's bedroom, there are hundreds of millions of lives invisible to us. In the surrounding space, there are thousands of flowing rivers and millions of celestial bodies. Each stone records the time lapse of thousands of years that we can't see. Our brain waves keep emitting the information waves about the health and inner world, which we cannot see either. The ghosts we often talk about are actually the life between the yin and yang worlds, which we cannot see either. The scenes in each one's dream is also invisible to us except the dreamers and people in the dream. Seen from the Elysium world, there is life everywhere in the universe. There is life not only on all the planets but also in the empty space. The life is not only on the land, but also under the land. The life is not only in the air, but also in the vacuum. There is life not only in the warm places, but also in cold weather. There is life on the sun, in the stone, on the light rays, and in the radio waves. The life is everywhere and within life. The Buddha land is remote at the universe end. The Buddha land is near in front of us. To enter the 1,000-year world and the 10,000-year world, we need time and have to pass the space tunnel. To enter the Elysium world, we can get there in an instant and become the Buddha very shortly. Because the density and mass in different zones in the universe and space are different, the 3,000 worlds have been formed. These 3,000 worlds, based on their distance and mutual dependence, are divided into 10 continents, namely, Lotus Continent, Borneo Continent, Kasayapa Continent, Ingwu Continent, Amitabha Continent, Celestial Islands Continent, the continent for 3 realms lives to pass through, Moon Temple Continent, God's Continent and Supreme Authentic Wisdom Continent. It is impossible to describe in detail the 3,000 worlds and 10 continents. Till now, human beings have been living for thousands of years. Today the science has development nanometer and cloning technologies. But it still can't describe the life body of humans, let alone the vast Elysium world. What I can show you is just an outline. The universe, the Earth universe, where we live is just a particulate in the large universe. To pass the space tunnel we have to walk through the particulate. It will take us 1,860 years, about 5.85 billion and 57 million light years. The particulate is an organic integrity revolving around the heaven world. We call this revolving body as the Lowell Rotary System, which has over 3,000 rotary river world, the large worlds. Each rotary river world has almost 3,000 Milky Way systems, the middle worlds. In each Milky Way system, there are almost 3,000 solar systems, small worlds. Please note that the so-called system is a relatively independent celestial clan. It is not that one sun-like star constitutes a solar system. In some zones several hundred suns form a solar system. In some solar systems there are several thousand stars, or even tens of thousands of stars. The Earth is just a member of the solar system of the small worlds, not efficient to constitute a world. From the angle of the Buddha land, we divide the 3,000 large worlds into 10 continents, namely, the 10 Buddha states. Such division is not even division of the Earth universe or based on the number of planets and galaxies. Instead, they are divided according to the features and mass of life, or the level of Buddhism. The Buddha, in common sense, is just a general concept. As a matter of fact, the Buddha has 10 levels of powers. Each level constitutes a continent. There are strict regulations in the 10 continents prohibiting the Buddha from going from one continent to another, just like the Monkey King draws a circle for Monk Tang with his Monkey King bar. But we don't have the power to enter that circle. Before coming to the mortal world, Sakyamuni used to live in the Lotus Continent. Later he passed the continent for 3 realms lives to pass through to enter the mortal world. After fulfilling his mission in the mortal world, he was then upgraded to the God's Continent. The senior monks in the Buddhism, after dying, will go to the Lotus Continent. Hereby I will explain the 10 continents from the high level to the low level. The lowest level is the Lotus Continent and the highest level is the Supreme Authentic Wisdom Continent. Lotus Continent. In the eyes of the mortal people, the Lotus Continent is an empty world in which there is nothing. In the eyes of the people living in the 1,000-year world, the Lotus Continent is a vast sea. In the eyes of the celestial beings living in the 10,000-year world, the Lotus world is a vast world of lotus blossoming on the sea. In the eyes of Buddha, numerous Buddha are sitting on the lotus blossoming. The head of each Buddha is surrounded by a light circle of about 1 meter in diameter, which is called the Buddha light. So the Lotus Continent is a world emitting the green Buddha light. Borneo Continent. At first view, the Borneo Continent is a world of emptiness. Another look, it is a vast plain. Look one more time, it is a world of hills with the same height. On the fourth look, these hills keep changing the forms. They are like the 6-month-old babies playing the small colorful balls, the coiling dragons, the crouching tigers, the young pine trees swinging in the breeze, or the eagles about to fly into the sky. On the fifth observation, we can see the Buddha sitting in meditation, eyes closed, emitting the blue light from their heads. It is a world of the blue Buddha light. Kasyapa continent. It is the hometown to the Kasyapa Buddha with stretching mountains and ridges. Each cluster of mountain circles to form an elegant residence. The pavilions and buildings hide in the trees and orchards. The herds of birds fly in the sky. The rabbits and roe deer run on the fields and in the mountains. The streams flow on the plains with delicate bridges on them. The children play in the yards. The women pick up grapes and pears under the grape trellis or in the orchards. Some of the men eat watermelon in the field, some play chess in the pavilions or buildings surrounded by bamboos, some drink wine or tea, some read poems or play musical instruments, etc. It seems that it is some place in the mortal world. Actually, all these scenes come from illusion. If you keep looking, you will find the flying birds will alight on the trees and become leaves or fruits, the playing kids will become the blossoming flowers, the chasing animals will become the stones with various forms, the bridges on the rivers will suddenly become the trees, the rivers will become the clouds and mists, the smiling women and men who are playing chess, drinking, reading poems, or playing musical instruments will disappear, and the pavilions and buildings will become hills. All of these are the incarnations of Buddha. Ingwu continent. On the first look, Ingwu continent looks like a rolling air mass, which later grows into a round ball with rough surface. The ball keeps expanding and enlarging. The rough surface gradually forms the mountains, rivers, and lakes. You can see all the animals, plants, and nature on the earth and in the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world. On the clouds, you can see the temples rising with soft celestial music and bell sounds. Accompanied by the celestial music and bell sounds, the plants, animals, humans, celestial beings and birds gradually rise and change into the forms of Buddhist monks and nuns flying to their temples. In these temples, the burning incense produces smoke and Buddhist masters give the Buddhism lectures. After the lectures are over, the Buddhist monks and nuns return to the ground and are transformed back to their original forms. The temples in the air disappear slowly. The land contracts and becomes a round ball, which later becomes a rolling air mass. Amida Buddha continent. Seen from the distance, at the end of the horizon there is a bright spot. The circles of colorful halo expand from the bright spot. As we approach nearer, we can find it is a crystal-like transparent planet bigger than the Earth. Through the halo, we can find a splendid palace in the center of the planet. In the middle of the palace a Buddha who is sitting is Amida Buddha. His body emits the colorful halo like the water ripples, which always runs through the palace, the transparent planet and gets into the vast universe. The halo even reaches the earth where the humans live, protects and cleanses the life of those with Buddha nature. When people say Amida Buddha and repent, the frequency of the Buddha light complies with that of the human mind. These people can get the protection from the Buddha. This is the so-called Buddha shines everywhere. Celestial Islands continent. Seen from 10,000 light years away, there is a disk, composed of the mist and dust moving slowly. The diameter of the disk is about 300,000 light years. The mists are the flowing heaven river and the dusts are the planets in the heaven river. These planets have the similar size with the earth. They float in the heaven river just like the sea islands. The total number of these planets is 80 billion, on 30 billion of which live one Buddha, or the celestial being. That's why it is called the Celestial Islands continent. On the Celestial Islands continent, there are 80 billion islands and each has a name. The Buddha living on these islands have their own names too. Apart from the 30 billion islands resided by the celestial beings, the other 50 billion islands are still yet to be resided, waiting for the people upgraded into the Buddha from the mortal world, 1,000-year world and 10,000-year world. Now let's have a look at the Snow Peak Island. On this island there is a peak with 10 levels. The first level is in the amber color. The second level is in the green color. The third level is in gold. Level 4 to level 10 is in light blue, gray, milk white, purple, red, black and snow white respectively. Because the top level is shining in snow white, it is called the Snow Peak Mount. On the Snow Peak Island lives a fairy, Buddha, called Yue. One day she succeeded in practicing a fantastic spell and invited some celestial beings to appreciate it. We know that this island is nothing special except the Snow Peak. On the vast, empty and dry land, there is no animal, plant or human. It is a lonely island producing nothing but loneliness. Then this day a common stone at the foot of the Snow Peak moved a little bit and changed into an extremely charming lady, who was Yui's celestial being, the owner of the Snow Peak Island. She stood up straight and then sat down with her legs crossed. The illuminating fireballs flew from her head and into the sky. We followed one of these fireballs and saw it flying across the vast heaven river and sea and reaching the Coral Castle Island. It got into the brain of a dolphin which was resting on the beach. The dolphin swung a little bit and changed into a handsome young man, who was called Dolphin Celestial Body, the owner of the Coral Castle Island. He touched her head, smiled and waved to the sea. Then the waves became violent and a flying horse with wings flew from the waves. Dolphin Celestial Being got on the horse and flew towards the Snow Peak Island. On his way, he met the Green Island Flute Buddha riding on a black cow, the Flower Fairy sitting on a lotus from the Flowers Island, the Crane Celestial Being riding on a crane from the Thousand Birds Island, the White Man Buddha riding on a 9-head beast from the 10,000 Beasts Island, and the Gold Wool Celestial Being riding on the Fire Wind Wheel from the Fire and Wind Island, who were also on their journey to the Snow Peak Island. When they were about to reach the island, they saw thousands of celestial beings in the sky. Some of them were riding the fish, some on the peacock, some on a penholder, some on a blanket, some on a dog sledge, some on a big leaf, some on the arch bridge made of hundreds of birds, some on the clouds, some on tornado, and some on comet with tails. When reaching the Snow Peak Island, they all descended to the ground and their transport became the colorful cloth on their bodies or walking sticks in their hands. These Buddha and celestial beings have weird appearances. Some are dwarfs, some are tall and strong, some are handsome, some are ugly, some have cold eyes, some have long ears stretching to the shoulders, some have the face of kids but white hair, some have beards touching the ground, some have 3 eyes, some have 18 hands, some have bald heads, and some talk like 6-year-old kids. But the lady celestial beings are pretty and fascinating. On the empty land of the island, there were thousands of celestial beings saying hello to each other. Then all of them turned to Yui's celestial being to congratulate her on another spell. When everybody was talking happily, a thunder-like voice came from the crowd, "Sister Yue, we are all your guests. Do the guests have to stand on the wild field like this?" The celestial beings traced the voice and saw a celestial being waving to Yue. He was more than 2 meters tall with rough black hair, red face and large head. He was the red-faced Buddha, the owner of Black Canyon Island. Yue smiled and said, "Please." She spread her long right sleeve in the air and there appeared a palace made of red bricks and green tiles in front of them. In the palace there were many buildings and pavilions connected by dozens of meters of corridors. The celestial beings were amazed and voiced their admiration. Then Yui's celestial being spread her left sleeve into the sky and said, "Please." Suddenly more than 1,000 kinds of grass, plants and trees such as the bamboo, pear trees, willows, pine trees, berry trees and redwood grow beside the pavilions and buildings and on the wild fields in the palace. The trees and plants swing in the breeze and give out fragrance. The fruit hangs on the trees. The celestial beings cheered again for the wonder. Then a skinny celestial being with only one eye on the forehead said, "Sister Yue, what do you plan to place in the open space?" Yue giggled and gave a wave into the air with her 2 hands. There appeared a pond in the space. In the middle of the pond there was an artificial hill with water rushing out of the top. The fragrant lotus, swimming swans and mandarin ducks, the jumping goldfish and frogs made scene attractive. Another round of cheers came. Then a barefoot Buddha with big belly and mouth said loudly, "Sister Yue, your spells are excellent. But would you like to serve us something to eat because we have traveled far to your island?" When saying this, he touched his big belly protruding out of his clothes. The other celestial beings also agreed with him and looked at Yue's celestial being. Yue gave another smile and jumped on the cloud 10 meters above the ground. She extended her right hand with 5 fingers stretched and pointed to the peach tree beside her. The peaches in the tree were all absorbed into her hands. She closed her hands, threw out the peaches suddenly and said, "Please have a look." The peaches rolled into the crowd and grew larger, turning the delicate and old-fashioned square table and backrest chairs. The celestial beings took their seats happily. Then Yue said loudly, "Attention, please." She blew a mouth of celestial mist covering a pear tree. Moments later, the mist disappeared and the pears began to drop onto the ground, turning into the pretty fairies in colorful silk cloth. Holding fruit plates with strange fruit in their hands, the fairies came to the tables and settled the fruit plates, saying to the celestial beings gently, "Please." Then they turned and stood behind the celestial beings. Before the celestial beings ate the fruit, Yue said loudly for another time, "Please look." She bowed to the pond and clapped her hands. The frogs in the ponds jumped out and turned into the handsome young men in black holding the long-mouthed kettle made of the glazed pagoda and amber luminous cups. These young men walked to the tables and poured the wine in the kettle into the luminous cups. The wine shines in the cups with fragrance. The celestial beings admired, "This is the most fragrant wine I have ever smelled, excellent," or "My heart is drunk." Yue, holding one cup in her hand, said, "It is my great honor to have your presence on my island. The wine is specially prepared for my distinguished guests. Cheers." The celestial beings were about to drink when they saw the spiritual light ripples in the cup. At the bottom of the cup something special appeared. Some cups had the swimming goldfish. Some had the little dragon flying. Some had small tortoise moving. Some had seahorse running. Some had starless fish moving. Some had pearl shining. Almost all the sea fish and animals could be seen in the cups. The celestial beings understood that these are the miraculous drug given by Yue. The celestial beings laughed or said thanks to Yue. They raised their cups and drank the wine. The waiters filled their cups again and the celestial beings drank for another round of cheers. When they were enjoying themselves, a celestial being said loudly, "Yue, we know your spells have almost reached the peak. But can you show something more to us?" The celestial beings followed the voice and saw 8 elderly celestial beings sitting under the grape trees. One of them was a kindly-looking and bald-headed one with long white hair and dragon-head stick. He waved hands to the celestial beings. He was the highly respected empty Buddha from the Infinitude Island in the Elysium World. Out of respect, the celestial beings put down their cups and became quiet. A kid celestial being asked the eagle-nosed celestial being beside him, "You don't know him because you have just come from the 10,000-year world after self-refinery. He is most of the most competent celestial beings in the Celestial Islands continent. His has multiple and wonderful spells. In his eyes, the spells of Yue are just the games of the kids. Keep quiet and let's see." Yue celestial being, with her hands together, bowed to the empty celestial being and said, "Master Empty, hope you can enjoy my trivial spells." She then shouted to the pond, "Kids, it's time for you to give the dance." Suddenly, the ducks in the pond jumped to the air and became musicians. Some played pipa, some played flute, some played bamboo flute, some played violin, some played drum and some played hammer. At the same time, the swans in the pond also flew to the cloud and turned into the pretty fairies. In a short moment, the fascinating music began to echo in the air. The fairies began to dance and show their youthful energy and sexy posture. The celestial beings laughed happily. The performance lasted for about 1 hour. Then the fairies and players went back to the pond in the form of swans and ducks. When the celestial beings had enjoyed themselves, they stood up. An elderly lady celestial being, with purple hair on the head, gave a Zen posture, with her palms together, and said to Yui, sister, thank you for your hospitality. I want to go back home now because I have to handle some business on my island. The other celestial beings also said, we will have to leave now, thank you for much, next time I will host you on my sufficient treasures island. See you next time. Then they all rode on their animal vehicles and flew in the sky. Celestial being Yui bade farewell respectfully with her hands joined, looking up in the sky and said, thank you for your presence on the Snow Peak Island. When all the celestial beings were not seen in the sky, she waved her right hands and left hands, gave a Zen posture with her palms staying together and gave out a mouthful of white mist. Suddenly, all the buildings, pavilions, trees, flowers, grass, mandarin ducks and ducks all disappeared. The land returned to the wilderness. She was then transformed into a golden ray, which merged in the snow peak immediately. The continent for 3 realms lives to pass through. The continent for 3 realms lives to pass through is a mysterious one. From the perspective of the material world, it cannot be found at all in the universe. The continent is just like a miniature of the Earth universe. That is to say, the Earth universe is the multiplied version of the continent for 3 realms lives to pass through. However, it is not the plain multiplication because the God of the heaven world going to the continents for inspection, the Buddha or God from the celestial world going to the mortal world for survey or another cycle of life, or the people of the mortal world heading towards the celestial world due to their successful self-refinery, have to pass the continent for 3 realms lives to pass through. Only after entering the space tunnel can we see the outline of the continent for 3 realms lives to pass through. But it doesn't mean that each person, Buddha or God who has entered the space tunnel can see its overall outline. In most of the cases, they just pass by the continent. For example, the people of the mortal world who have had the perfect human nature enter the space tunnel after their death. At the end of the space tunnel, they will see a colorful life bridge, the passage to the continent for 3 realms lives to pass through. After they pass the colorful life bridge, the administration of the continent will, in accordance with their spiritual nature, send them to the 1,000-year world just like sending a fax. The people cannot stay in the continent for 3 realms lives to pass through. If the heaven world decides to send a celestial being to the mortal world to accomplish a mission, they will first summon him or her to the continent for 3 realms lives to pass through before faxing the celestial being to the mortal world. The continent for 3 realms lives to pass through is like this in my eyes. After passing the colorful life bridge, we can see a rainbow heaven gate. Looking into the gate, there seems to be a colorful tunnel. After walking into the gate, we can find there are 36 doors along the tunnel standing opposite to each other. At the end of the tunnel is a brilliant radiance. Looking into the first door, I saw the burning fires with the extreme heat. Many people were in the fires crying and moaning, suffering from the scorched skin and flesh, which was really brutal. The angel said to me, this is the inflaming layer. They are suffering because it's their retribution. All people who have been killing or torturing others have to endure the sufferings here. Seeing into the second door, I found the ice blocks and cold winds inside. Many people were frozen in the ice layers, unable to move or cry. The chilly cold air penetrated their skins and bones, causing severe pain in the body. The angel told me timely, this is the frozen layer. One good turn deserves answer. They had done many bad things in the mortal world and they deserve it. You don't have to show mercy to them. I looked into the third door and was frightened. It was really a horrible world. I saw a man trying all the means to hide himself when numerous monsters, devils, goblins, and ghosts were chasing him. He rushed to a tree and stood against it, trying to hide himself from them. Unexpectedly, the tree stretched out its hairy, bloody and thin hands in front of his eyes, then towards his neck. He ran away scared and came to a rock, standing against it. Suddenly he felt someone scratching his back. He looked back and cried, "Oh, my God!" A bloody head was on his shoulder with the green eyes looking straight at him. He was so scared that he rushed forward. Nevertheless, the ground where his feet stood cracked and sunk him. He looked down and saw thousands of poisonous snakes and centipedes were gazing him at about a dozen of meters below him. Many snakes began to climb towards him. I got sweated and dared not to see any more. The angel said, "This is the hell world. Those who had domineered and forced people out of their living have to endure the sufferings here after their death. Otherwise the spirits of the people prosecuted by them would cry in front of the heaven world gate, making a lot of noise and chaos." In the fourth door, I saw many scenes. In one scene there was thunder, lightning and strong wind. The grass and flowers trembled in the wind and the trees swung trying to keep its branches unbroken. In one scene there was scorching sunshine that made the land crack. The trees, grass and flowers curled in the heat trying to keep alive. In one scene there was comfortable sunshine and breeze. All things were flourishing. But when I looked carefully, I found the grass, flowers and trees were suffering human chopping, house treading, sheep and insect biting. In the last scene there was heavy snow and the grass and trees were withering.